Yo, what is up tonight, everybody? Starting a little earlier tonight. We talked about this last week, and then I bailed on Saturday night because I was tired, and I had other stuff to do, so I did a little prep on Technics, too. The music is very loud, I can tell. Let me just bop that down for you guys. Bop the music down. Da-da-dum. HG Moss, good evening, UK time. It is also evening US time. It is 6:30 p.m. Master Eon is here. Master Eon's a newer viewer, I think, actually. I can check my log here, but I'm pretty sure that Master Eon, you're a newer viewer, so I appreciate you being here. So that's really awesome of you. Thank you so much for that. If you haven't subscribed, please do. HG Moss, one of our OGs, Andrew Osterloh is here. We're just making the thumbnail for tonight, gents. So, we're just making the stream thumbnail. So, and I can show you the thumbnails for the upcoming clips that'll be out next week. We can go ahead and work on that actually on stream if you guys want. So, it's nothing super crazy complicated, so it's not like I'm giving away any trade secrets. So, here's what we're looking at. So here's next week's thumbnails. And then here is tonight's. We're just going to get a new background image for that. So we're going to be opening a new, open this up. And then, let's see. Let's just select the white here. Shift, and we'll just select everything that's white here. We're just going to take out the title of the book here and use the cover as a background image. Should be pretty simple stuff, actually. Actually, let's do this. This will be way easier if we do it this way. So let's just deselect. And then we'll unlock the background. I have to say thank you for introducing New Polity, getting some books from their website to read and give some Christmas gifts to our priests. That's awesome. Dude, I was thinking, Legate Agrestes, who you guys know, is in the chat often. He's a friend of mine. He's a historian, a great historian, very talented individual, and he was telling me he was especially impressed by the intro to Church Against the State. So I would love to recommend that to you guys. He was describing it as mind-blowing, which is, I mean, nearly everything that, we're just going to connect these, and you'll see why in a second. We're going to connect these erasures to make sure they're connected. He was telling me he found it just paradigm shifting, so I can do this way. There's a better way to do this. Hardness 100%. Turn that up. Yeah, there we go. That's gonna look better. And we'll do our selection a little differently. This will be fine, I think. This should be okay. Just because most of this is background. The edge here might be a little funky, but we'll see. So we're just gonna turn that down, connect those. Select that, and then we're going to do an inverse selection, so we just have that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to feather the edges here. Just feather them out, probably about 20, and then expand the selection about 20 pixels as well. Oh, that's too much. We can contract that. We can contract that back down to like, let's contract that there. Yeah, that'll be good. And we can just do this, and that's good. We can use that. And we'll just put in a comma here so it uses context of the picture and nothing else. I'll listen to New Poly's Good Money when I drive. Actually, implementing what they say feels like I would be impossible whenever I stop living at home. Yeah, there's, you know, some of the stuff they talk about is harder to implement. What the heck? Why did it inserted text? That's so weird. Dude, what are we doing here? Come on. Come on now. Generative fill. Let's try this. Let's just do a fill front of biplane. Yeah, that was a weird thing to fill text in. It can feel that way, but a lot of it is less hard than you realize. So don't get discouraged. And a lot of it's more principles than like absolutes. So, okay, we can keep a lot of this actually. We can keep a little, no, we can't, can we? Dang. Dude, that sucks. That's so sad. It's not gonna work. A lot of it is less stuff that you need, that like that normal people need to do exactly, and more stuff that we can do uses principles to just improve our lives and the ways we live. Yeah, so what's up, Sphenicus? How are you doing? Good to see you, brother. What do we want as a background here? What do you guys think for a background? I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of something. Dum bum 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 bum. Water wheel. This will be good. We'll do this. Let's try to find a. Here we go. This picture looks promising. I thought it did. Bum 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 bum. Oh, that's the one. There we go. This one's good. Let me just do this. I'm gonna go full cam here for a second while I play around in the files. Don't want to show you guys my work stuff. Bum, ba, ba, dum, bum, 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 ba, ba, dum, bum, 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 bum. Just do this one. This will be good. No. Control O. This. Okay, now I can show you guys this. Alright, so just copy this, put it in here, blow it up. That there, and then we get that, and then we can just give the old, and then we get this, so then we can use that over here. Gorgeous. That's great. Actually, that's really pretty. We're gonna put a little blur on that though, actually. Just a little bit of blur, just because it's really busy, so we don't want it to be too busy. So we're just gonna go up to like a 7, 8.5. Yeah, we'll go to that. Cool. We'll just export this, and before I export it, show everybody my file system. Just go back to full cam. Living on the edge here tonight. Getting close to showing everybody my file system every 5 minutes. Alright. Now we can just come over here. We can update the thumbnail. And then we can get into the show. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. All right. I think it's done. All right, we're good. Quit Photoshop here. Don't save, and save. How's everybody doing tonight? Everybody doing well tonight? Let's see, we got, let's see, I've said hello to everyone who's here, so that's good. Master Yon, when did you start listening to Good Money? Because it's a couple years old. I'd be interested to know when you started listening. So, have you guys seen the, you guys seen the Nixon portrait? It's pretty sick, huh? It's pretty sick. All right. So that playlist we had been using for jazz that's supposedly public domain is not, and I just kept getting copyrighted, so I don't have any music that I can play now. That's like jazz. There's some, you know, like small stuff here and there, but not really anything. Like there's individual songs, so I would have to go through and like actually get a playlist and download it and have all the MP3s and play it locally, which is fine. I just don't have anything lined up for that. Started listening to Good Money recently within the last month or so. It's a good series. It's one of their best. Kevin MacLeod is always available. Yeah, but I don't think he does anything jazz. He doesn't have any jazz, dude. I want some jazz. I want some smooth jazz. Very slow at it because my drive to work's like 15 minutes at a time. I listened to it, I think, in like 2 or 3 days because I was working. That was when I was working the night shift at that grocery store. So, years ago now. Oh, hello. No, do not do that. Do not do that. That was almost a yikes moment. Oh, the story of me listening to it at the grocery store. Well, there you go. It's a interesting story. It's a very interesting story. So, tonight we're going to talk about politics as spiritual warfare. And we'll be talking about the Antifa versus ICE thing that happened last night. If more stuff comes out on the tragic shooting today in Michigan, we might touch on that, but there's not a lot I'm seeing right now, so I'm not seeing anything on it, so I can't tell you anything, unfortunately. So pray for that community, but I can't find anything definite on it, so I'm not really willing to comment on it too deeply because it's too early for anything to be sure yet. Yeah, so we'll be doing that. I want to get a chalkboard. What do you guys think? Should I get a chalkboard for stream? Should I get a chalkboard and have like a second camera that's me at the chalkboard, Fulton Sheen, Venerable Sheen style? Let's try to find a freestanding chalkboard. Try to find a freestanding chalkboard. Let's see if I can find one. These are not as expensive as I expected it to be. Holy cow. This could be the move, boys. It's not as expensive. I expected this to be way more expensive than it is. Get the chalkboard? Dude. Mally Goes Blues, thank you so much for being here. Freestanding chalkboard. I don't want the sign. I want like an actual chalkboard. Dude, what? No, not the sign. No, I don't want a sign. Why is like classroom? I want like a classroom. There we go. Dude, even when I put classroom in, they're mostly A-frames. Look at this. What are we doing here? What are we doing? What are we doing here? What? I literally put in classroom so it was clear what kind of chalkboard I was talking about. What are we doing? Less issues with chalk dust. See, that's like everybody who says dry erase because of the chalk dust. I feel like y'all are just chicken. I feel like you just don't like. It's like saying it's like anything that where you're doing the modern version over the old version. It's lame because it's like got some minor, more convenient thing. It feels lame. It's lame. Just a lame excuse, I feel like. Dude, there's one here for $400 that has like... Dude, that's awesome. It's like... Oh, it's adjustable. Dang it, I thought it was 2 boards. Is it not 2 boards? Is it doubles? What is going on with this board? I think it's 2 boards, dude. Is it 1 or is it 2? Dual track, adjustable height, dual track. I think it's 2 boards. Yeah. It's 2 boards on like rollers. Did you ever listen to Trad Patrick? I don't know who that is, so no. This one's sick though. I am not going to spend $400 on a chalkboard, but that is a sick chalkboard. Dude, even when I put it... What about this one? This is so much more expensive. They were way cheaper on Home Depot than they are on Amazon. Let's try wheeled. Chalkboards are classier. It's the big thing for me. I like the classy. I want one that's green, dude. I want a green one. They're all black too. Hold on. Green chalk board. 36 by 48. Size. The size was the thing to do. The size was the big brain move. I need to put in the size I wanted. Green slate? Yeah, dude. I want green slate. I want a green slate chalkboard. I want a green slate freestanding chalkboard. What the heck is going on? What the heck is going on in here? Even when I put in green, the 3 of the first 5 results are black. Should I check Facebook Marketplace? Let's look at Facebook Marketplace real quick. They are I think it's a green board though. I know it's black and white. In Bishop Sheen's show it was black and white, but I think that's a green board just based on the brightness. It looks like a green board to me. Let's look at it. Tell me this isn't a green board. Make sure to mute this so we don't get struck. Oh, I found a color episode. So we can know for sure. Does he not go to the chalkboard in this episode? No, Bishop Sheen, what? There's no chalkboard. Use the chalkboard. Here we go. Yeah, he's green with yellow chalk. That is a choice. That's a choice. Wow. That is a choice. Who is David Wemhoff? Jacobite Wiseman, thank you for being here. I don't know who David Wemhoff is. That's a choice. Green board, yellow, bright yellow chalk. That's a choice. That is a choice. Do you think it was yellow chalk because it popped in black and white and they just didn't change it when they colorized the show? I bet that's what it is. I bet it popped black and white. There are a lot of chalkboards on Facebook Marketplace, actually. Holy cow. Yeah. I bet it was because it was... Hello, Catholic Samurai. How you doing? Yeah, yellow chalk on a green board is... I mean, it's a decision. It's one of the decisions you can make. Can you, like, even... Just... John the 23rd. Yeah, it's very hard to read. I can't read it at all.
Three, Pope John the 23rd.
Great. I mean, just... He's got it. He's just... Yeah, Kelly Green chalkboard. Eagles throwback jersey chalkboard. I can't read it not because it's yellow, but because I went to public school. I can read some of it because I do write in cursive. I write in cursive. Let me see if there's a page in my notebook I can show you because a lot of this stuff is work. So. Trying to find something that I can actually... Oh, here you go. Here's a letter I wrote to Patrick Buchanan. You're not going to be able to make it out, but you can see the handwriting. There you go. Good luck with that. If you guys can read that, you can read it if you want it. But that's the first draft of a letter I wrote to Patrick Buchanan. So, yeah, I do. I write in cursive all the time. Yeah, I want a chalkboard. I feel like I need a chalkboard, you know? Like, what am I going to do, right? Like, what am I supposed to do here? Green slate chalk board 36 by 48. Let's just search Google. Amazon clearly does not have this. I only write script. Your handwriting is script. Yeah, that's the best way to describe it. Zoom in on the board. I may be able to read with 2001 cursive education. I can read it if I zoomed in, but I can't, like, zooming in isn't going to help, dude. It's the resolution of a camera in the 1960s that, like, makes it hard. Would you support anti-sorcerer laws? Yeah, obviously. All right, here I am on Etsy now. Looking at... Okay, not Etsy. There's just the chalkboard. No warlocks in my neighborhood. They're not welcome. Keep going. They're not welcome here. Jim Crow, but for warlocks. That's a thing I said. Not coming back from. Oh, Michaels. Here we go. Michael out of stock. Crap. Government surplus sites. I'm looking at teacher sites. So the problem is I'm finding them now, right? So here's what we're looking at now, right? Like we're finding chalkboards now, but they're not like freestanding. They're just the board, right? So we could go with that, right? Like we could try that and then get something. Let me sign out of my Amazon account. I don't know why it's signed in on this browser. It should not be signed in. This is the browser I use specifically for streaming, so it definitely shouldn't be signed in. Here we go. Now I'm signed out. Then there's like these A-frame stands for big boards, but they're like $100. I'm not kidding. Yeah, there's some crazy. There's a $200 stand in here. Like, what do we? I'm not buying a $200 stand. The other problem with using a whiteboard on or a dry erase board with a dry erase board for stream is the shine off of it, off the lights. Like it's going to shine back at the screen. It's going to glare. It's going to catch light. So like the amount of light I would need to light a space that large for stream would also create a glare. Whereas a chalkboard is matte. Like it's going to be lit. It's going to like light real. It's going to take light way better. So actually, a chalkboard is objectively better for this. Let's try to find like a 36 by 48 easel stand, right? Supports 5 pounds. Bro, what do you think I'm doing out here? 5 pounds? What do you want me to do with 5 pounds? Holds 25 pounds. Now, here we go. 5'6" high. Supports 25 pounds. How heavy is the chalkboard? I'm not seeing a weight. All right. Should we just try to find another? Let's try to find a green chalkboard, 36 inches, 36 by 48. How heavy is it? You don't want an easel like that? Oh, yeah, because then it's angled up. It's going to be... Oh, gosh. You're right. It's going to be angled up. It's going to sit at a weird angle relative to the camera. So I do need a freestanding 36 by... Like, one built into a frame like this. I might have to go black. It literally just might have to be black. I don't see one that's gonna be Do you have wall space? Not in the studio / office. No, I don't. Well, hold on. Hold on. Stand by. You could always paint it. I don't think you can paint the chalkboard. I'm pretty sure you can't. Hold on. Let's look. Let's try something. So I have this space right here. It's like 56.5 inches. How far is that to there, though? Like to where I would need to set the camera up. What I need. I mean, it's 8. It's like almost 7 feet. Friends of Josiah help him redesign the office. Yeah, Catholic Samurai is going to come mount a slate chalkboard in the not a slate. I don't think slate's going to work. Slate is really expensive. I was looking at it. We've been looking at it. I think I found one for $185. I'm not dropping $200 on that, dude. There's just no way. You can buy a 2 foot by 4 foot flat pressboard sheet. Wait, where'd the chat? You deleted the chat. No, wait, bring it back. Bring the oh, that was such a good idea and you deleted it. Dude. That was a great idea and you deleted it. No, send it again. That was such a good idea. We should go to Lowe's tomorrow night. Oh, tomorrow night's poker night. Who deleted that chat? The chat went away. Oh, there it's back now. Okay, it's back. Buy 2 by 4 flat pressboard sheet and a pint of chalkboard paint from Lowe's. Nobody would have deleted it. It might have, unless Legate is it could be Legate. Legate could be lurking and trolling, which if he did it, that's funny. Admit it. Admit it. If Legate did that to you, it's funny. Admit it. Lowe's is more important. See, here's the thing. No matter how cheaply we do build the chalkboard, okay? Which I think we can build it really cheap, right? It is still negative money. And on average, and I can look at my bankroll tracker I can look at my my poker winnings, my poker tracker. On average, I'm positive at poker, right? So why do websites that will take a zip code for like telling you what the closest store is also want your location? It's so creepy. It's like so facially creepy. What is pressboard? Like, okay, I just put pressboard in to Lowe's, and there's nothing. Why do they not have pressboard? Huh? Is there another name for it I'm not thinking of? Menards has it. Let's just look at Lowe's, because then we can go there tomorrow if we need to. All right, everybody stand back and stand by. We're going to look at Lowe's and see if we can find... we're looking for lumber. Am I missing lumber? Is it under... Is there... I'm having a hard time here for some reason. No, it's not under hardware. Where? Okay, hold on. Building materials. Building supplies. Ah, here we go. Yeah, I know what pressboard is. I was trying to figure out where it would be. Okay. Asphalt, columns and accessories, concrete, masonry, decking, drywall, erosion, fences, gates, glass and acrylic. No. What? Building supply. What is going on? Yo, Lowe's sucks, dude. I need to hack this stream. This is painful to watch. If you didn't live so far away, you could. Why when I put in pressboard, nothing? When I put in 4x8 pressboard, here you go. What are we doing? What are we doing? 1/2 inch. That's not even the correct zip. Also, everyone knows my zip code. I live in Steubenville, Ohio. That's one zip code, dude. Everyone knows what it is. It's not like I'm posting my Addy. Doxed yourself? Yeah. Guys, I live in Steubenville, Ohio. Steuben Thursday, by the way. He lives in Steubenville, Ohio. What are we doing here, boys? What are we doing here? Roll up. Find out what happens, all right? You're not going to like it. Bro doesn't even know Home Improvement. I know Home Improvement. All right. The website was being retarded. I thought Steubenville had two. Okay. There are some. Okay. So the second Steubenville zip code that you're thinking of is technically Wintersville, but there are some addresses that are like right in between that are Steubenville and use the Wintersville zip. Yeah, I talk openly about how I live close enough to everything to ride my bike. Everyone knows my zip code. We'll have your address by the end of the stream. Okay. Have fun with that. I mean, there are several people in this chat who do have my address, but that's because I know them in real life, so... All right, there is pressboard. All right, Lowe's has pressboard, chalkboard paint, chalkboard paint. Enter. Yo, they have green chalkboard paint. Yo, we're in. Ooh, wait. Ooh, they have it in different colors. Hello? Yeah, I got green. All right, hold up. Lows. What are we doing? What is this? What's going on right here? What's going on right here? What are we doing here? Don't get lost in the sauce, get the green. I mean, I might get this gray, dude. This gray is pretty green to me. The darker green at the bottom. This one, latex lime. Lime twist. Lime twist. Interesting. I just have to go and look at it when we're there. We're not using yellow chalk. There's no world that we use yellow chalk. Now, okay, y'all said don't get lost in the sauce, but that, I really like this chocolate brown. We're not getting a purple chalkboard. We're not getting the roasted sepia. Roasted sepia is when I make fun of your grandma. Roasted sepia. Blame the paint company. Look at a Lowe's apologist over here. Are you shilling for Lowe's? No, I'm just kidding. Bright red, that's the one, guys. We're getting bright red chalkboard. Be prepared for your eyes to hurt. Oh wait, they got like classic. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's pick up Monday, October 6th. All right. Well, they do have green though. They have the green in the other brand, so we'll be good. All right. Well, there we go. We will get a chalkboard for next week put up. And I guess I'll have to figure out how to put up a second camera angle for this show for Saturday Night Sanity Revolt. I propose you get a yellow chalkboard and use green chalk. I feel like that would be more readable. All right, that's the other thing. That would be more readable. Am I wrong about that? I think it would be, yeah. Anyway. Oh, okay, we're going to do this. We're going to do this as a topic. We might get through extra topics tonight because we are going to do this as a topic. I just saw this. Yeah, I saw this the other day, and he posted stuff again. Okay. All right, we're gonna do this. All right, everybody behave. Everyone behave. I have to make sure the chat box is off. Okay. All right, we're going to start recording, boys. Here we go. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We're going to be doing a short reaction, shouldn't be long, to Trent Horn's video on anonymous online accounts. I haven't seen this video yet, full disclosure. I just saw some of the pushback to it, and so we are going to be looking through this video, and I'll be giving a live reaction to it, and just telling you what I think. So I've seen that some people are unhappy with it, and I just saw today that Trent posted kind of a response to some of the pushback he was getting. So we'll go through that too. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. We can blow up this a little bit, actually. Oh, crap. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted this one. There we go.
Some people may say that cancel culture and the risk of being doxxed or having your personal information leaked online justifies using an anonymous account. I personally consider anonymous accounts too tempting for Christians to use. I'll say this: Christians can use anonymity online.
Okay, I've already read. I want to just right off the top here, I just want to clarify. I'm going to say right at the top here, Trent says he personally considers them too tempting for Christians to use. So he's making a statement that they are a near occasion of sin, and we should avoid near occasions of sin. So Trent's position here isn't that he personally would find it to be a near occasion of sin. He's saying that he does think that this thing is a near occasion of sin. So I just want to, if that's not what he means, then that's fair. But right now, based on what he said in this video, that is how that comes across. It comes across as if he's saying this thing is a near occasion of sin to be avoided.
But it comes with many temptations toward evil. So these accounts must be used with great care. In many cases, anonymity is too tempting for individuals. This should be something everyone can agree with. You could completely protect yourself from harm by only expressing your Christian views through an online avatar. Your friends, your extended...
Hold on. Is this... okay. I stopped the recording. This is clearly part of a larger video. So we will do, let's go to YouTube. Let's find that. We'll take it again. We'll take it again, chat. But we're going to have to find the larger video. Thumbnail's so good I had to click. Thank you. I worked hard on it. I worked on it at the beginning of stream, actually. I didn't work very hard. I did just whip it out real quick. Trent Horn, anonymous accounts. My phone is going off over here. Kyle is... Okay. We're going to take care of that later. Where's the video where he talks about anonymous accounts? Does anybody know what video it is? Okay. Here's another video where somebody responds to him, so hopefully they did the right thing and linked it. This is from May. So I'm going to assume it's from May. I think it was in the last 2 weeks. Do you want me to share it on Discord? Yeah, can you just ping me in the react to this channel? I'll pull it up. This reaction is from May, so I don't think the video is from... The other reaction video I'm seeing is from May, so I think the reaction, like the original, is... older. I want to say. May is either 4 or 5 months ago. Okay. Does anybody know? Uno momento, he says. So I'm looking here. We're looking through this. Oh, shoot. Okay, Command C. Let's just do that. There we go. It would have been last 2 weeks. We're looking for the video where Trent Horn talks about anonymous accounts because he published a short from it. I can tell it's a short, so I don't want to respond to it without context. Is it older? Well, let's try to... Okay, so what I'm looking at for thinking it's May is this guy. And this video is from May. So we're trying to find this video, the original, and he doesn't post the original. I don't see the original in the description. Oh, 3 traps for online Christians. I bet this is
Never
it.
would have even met just a few years ago. But online life also
Abusing
tempts us to
anonymity.
treat people
Okay,
in
here we go.
ways.
I got it. We're not going to do the whole thing. We're going to skip to the online anonymity part. I got it. You got it first. You're on a delay, so you don't know that, right? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just playing with you. I appreciate it. I found it, though. Okay. Take it from the top, chat. Take it from the top, chat. This is why I need a chalkboard, though, because I want to, when I do these reactions, I want to write down things that I'm noticing so that later we can go back. Do you understand? Do you see the vision, chat? Chat, do you see the vision? Do you see the vision? Do you see the vision? Dude, I do wish I had a freaking chalkboard. I want one so bad. I feel like I need one for this specifically. I'm Ray Charles, bro. What? I'm not seeing it. Oh, yo, that's clever as heck. That's super clever. No, because I don't read minds. The vision is, right, when we're doing reactions and stuff, I can have... Maybe I do want an easel chalkboard that I can, like, sit right here. Do I want one? I think maybe I do. Because I want to be able to do it while I'm doing reactions. Or maybe I want, like, a digital setup. So maybe I just want, like, a bamboo pad. Do I want, like, a bamboo pad so I can just write on screen? Is that what I want? That might be better. Like Venerable, we were literally looking at him for as an example. Did you know he used yellow chalk, Hamar? A digital one might be better. That way I can take notes on screen and everybody can see my notes. Get one so you can do football style breakdowns. Me drawing X's and O's and drawing like actual football plays, but then insisting that they relate to online content and politics somehow. Yo, I'm insane. There's a chalkboard over here. I have chalk too. I'm not insane. I'm not insane, okay? I'm with it. And anybody who says otherwise is a communist and frankly un-American, and we're going to deport them. We're going to deport all the people who say that I'm crazy, all right? Everyone else is crazy, and I'm with it. I'm the only one awake, actually. You're not even real. None of you guys are real. I'm the only real person. Is all this chalk broken? Big sad. Oh, no. We might be in for a big sad, chat. I want one whole piece of chalk, please. Okay, I did this the dumbest way possible. I didn't dump all the chalk onto the desk. Okay, I dumped all the chalk onto the desk. Okay. Okay. Now we just need to mount this chalkboard somehow. How do we want to prop this chalkboard up? Mally goes blues. 45 minutes of Googling chalkboard logistics followed by this should be a stream highlight. If somebody else wants to make that, I don't care. You guys can do whatever you want with my stream stuff. I'm not going to like copyright anybody. I don't care. Until it becomes a way that I'm actually like providing any, like, until I'm like actually myself like making anything on it that supports me, I don't care. You can do whatever you want with it. You guys feel free to do whatever you want. I don't care. That is an unimpressive chalkboard. It does suck, but it's better than nothing. It is better than nothing. You do have to admit that. Yeah, I don't know what to do with this. This doesn't really help. This doesn't fix any of the problems, does it? Nothing would be better. I think you might be right. I think you might be right. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Hold on, I got one other idea. Guys, I have one other idea. That I was born a man. When it's time for leaving, hope you understand that I was born a man. This idea actually is a good idea. This one's actually a good idea, guys. This one's good. This one's actually decent. Okay. We're going to do without for the night. We don't need it. Is that a guitar stand? This is a Gorilla Pod. It's like a flexi tripod. It's fun. Unga bunga. What's up, X-Tex? That might have been loud. I just bumped the heck out of it. You can apparently rent telestrators. What's a telestrator? What's a telestrator? The dog is rolling around on his back in the hallway. Texas enters chat. the telestrator's the brand that the NFL uses. That's insane. I'm not getting a telestrator, chat. You guys are wild. Did we just go from you need to build a chalkboard because it's cheap to buy a telestrator? You've heard of a castrator? It'll be worth it. Trust. You guys, we just, like, it would, like, 2 or 3 minutes ago, you guys were like, yeah, you can build a cheap chalkboard. It'll be awesome. And then all of a sudden, it's like, yo, rent a telestrator. You guys are insane. You can be the Catholic with the telestrator. Guys, we're not getting a telestrator. Stop asking for a telestrator. Master of spending other people's monies. You guys are master of... I'm not... You guys would have to successfully convince me to buy a telestrator. No one else has a telestrator, though. This is not a reason to buy one. I think I could jerry-rig something that would you guys would believe is a telestrator for like $20. We're not getting a telestrator, chat. I got a solution, okay? Reinstall magnetic clamp. What do you want me to do here, dude? There we go. This doesn't work? Why is this not working? Oh my gosh. I tried to get this mobile tripod thing out and this doesn't work either. Is this a revolt against Saturday? You guys are, I'm gonna lose my mind. You guys are driving me insane. Trying to get me to buy a telestrator? Chat, we're not buying a telestrator. Does the Appalachian Mountains include Ohio? The part of Ohio I live in is Appalachian. For sure. No debate. Okay, we're going to do this without any drawing implements, I think. Unless somebody else has a brilliant idea. MS Paint would also work. I can't draw with my trackball, just thumball. No. Come on, guys. Come on now. Video Ninja. I got you guys. I got you. Let me help you out here, guys. Let me get you. Let me get you guys what you need. There you go. Bum bum. Look, chat. There you go. That's the best I can do. I have to write with my mouse. It sucks. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. That's lame. All right, let's just do it. Let's just do it raw. I'll write it and we'll do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. Yeah, I want a drawing tablet. That would be ideal. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Today, we're going to be doing a reaction to a video from Trent Horn that is a couple of months old, but he reposted a clip of it recently. So we're going to be reacting to it. It's on anonymity and whether Christians should be anonymous online. I've watched just a short bit of this, the shorter clip, in a previous segment on the stream and decided to react to the full thing with context. So if you want to see that, go over to the stream from September 28th, which is where this is live, and you'll see it there. But otherwise, let's just jump into this. Okay, so Trent posted this on September 26th, but it's from this video from May 14th. So we're going to be watching the full video, and then we'll be going through some reactions and talk about what I think about it. So here we go.
Number 3, abusing anonymity. A lot of online interactions between Catholics and non-Catholics is between anonymous and semi-anonymous accounts. Sometimes a person may use their real picture, but not their real name. In other cases, they use a fake name and a fake or nondescript picture like Crusading Knight, Female Saint, Anime Avatar, and Frog. Anonymity can be used well in some cases. For example, you might be a teenager from an anti-Catholic home trying to learn about Catholicism, and you don't want to lose your internet privileges, so you have an anonymous account to ask questions. Or you may be a Muslim doing the same thing in an anti-Christian country that would do a lot worse than ground you. Or you may be a mature Christian who wants to ask about an intimate personal problem, and you want to be anonymous for a genuine sake of privacy.
Okay, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, Trent. Here's the thing, Trent.
For example, you might be a teenager from an anti-Catholic home and a fake or nondescript from an anti-Catholic home trying to use well in some cases. For example, you might be a teenager from an anti-Catholic home like Crusading Knight, Female Saint, Anime Avatar, and Frog.
Those 4 pictures specifically are, mostly used by young people. So these examples, while they're interesting and I agree, great uses of anonymity, it seems, let's see where he goes, but it seems like purposefully like he's poking at young people. Like it seems like it's designed to poke at young people, to say these are common anon PFPs. And like it seems like it's designed to poke at young people, yeah.
Or a Christian who wants to ask about an intimate personal problem, and you want to be anonymous for a genuine sake of privacy. But in many cases, anonymous accounts are abused, so I personally consider them too tempting for Christians to use. We create an avatar that does things we would never do in real life, or even an entire...
Okay. Okay, let's look up this. Let's go forward. Let's wait another 30 seconds, but then let's look up this article, right? Because just posting this title is not sourcing. Posting a title from Forbes is not sourcing. So let's see if he talks about what's in it.
We create an avatar that does things we would never do in real life, or even an entire fake persona. I remember a few years ago an account called Totally Tegan claimed to be an atheist interested in Catholicism. She got a lot of engagement from Catholics until it was discovered she was a fake account using stolen photos. Another recent case is Patriarch Hannah.
Okay, so let's look up this Forbes article, because okay, let me show, let me prove why this is it's beyond, it's not just nothing. It's like almost worse than nothing to just post a title of an article that agrees with you, because I can do look, why online anonymity matters. I could just post this what if I were to just like be doing a video essay on anonymity, right? And then I just like show this, right? Like I could just go find that, you know? So it's like, it begs it's literally like, I don't know if it's I don't know, like, look, I'm not educated, but like, and so I don't mean this in the like logical fallacy sense of begging the question, but just posting an article title and not even reading it, like begs the question, like, what does that thing actually say? Right? Like, what does that article actually say? Because I haven't read this article about why anonymity matters, but I could just post this screenshot in a video. Like that's nothing. It doesn't prove anything. So I want to go read, I want to find this Forbes article, you know, cause it's like, psychologist was in it, trolls anonymity. Okay. So this was the article. So let's just read the article. All right, let's just try to, what's the article say? Unlike the real world, anonymity is easily attainable in cyberspace. The internet allows an individual to create concealed identity and profit from its benefits. Driven by a variety of motives, people use anonymity to fulfill personal goals, express themselves freely, and behave antisocially with no fear of the consequences. While the internet can benefit humankind, it is also an incubator for toxicity. Anonymity in digital spaces can lead to disinhibitions and de-individuation, a state where people act uncharacteristically in groups and engage in impulsive and sometimes aggressive acts since they cannot be personally identified. For instance, people may write more aggressive blog posts anonymously in comparison to those who could easily be identified. That's not an argument against anonymity, right? You know, like a lot of the American founders' anti-British propaganda was written anonymously. And you know, you can feel how you want about that, but that's an important historical thing, right? So like posting anonymously so you can say more aggressive things is a pretty common and established, you know, under a pseudonym, a nom de plume, and you know, pen name, is a pretty established thing that happens in history. You know, just saying that like people do it and they're more aggressive isn't an argument against the thing, right? So like, I hope there's some like data in here, because otherwise Trent has just screenshotted the title of an article that is some psychologist's opinion, you know? And I don't respect the opinion of random people who I have no idea what the rest of their worldview is. That's not an argument. That's actually, that makes me less likely to take you seriously. Given that such concerning behavior is increasingly common, like you're just labeling, but it's just concerning behavior, aggressive blog posts, acting uncharacteristically and impulsively on the internet. Like, okay, that can be concerning, but it can also be a good thing in some cases, you know, like just saying things and using big words to describe something with normally negative adjectives without presenting arguments for why that thing is in of itself concerning and bad isn't an argument about anything, you know? Like I play a lot of poker now, guys. Like everybody knows this, right? I can say I play more aggressive I played more aggressive on Friday night, or I can say I played more aggressive on Monday, or I can say I played, you know, I had a hand against a friend. I can think of a specific hand where I played the hand really aggressively and it didn't work. And then I can think of another hand and I'm actually thinking of two specific hands where I played it really aggressively and it did work. So aggression in of itself, it isn't something negative, right? Disinhibition, right? That's bad if it is disinhibition, but like Trent was saying, people can use anonymity to pursue the truth, right? And that is, and they can use, and that's something like what this author is describing as disinhibition, I can also describe as, you know, more freedom, right? To say and explore things in a different way than they normally would, you know? Like that's not, so like just calling it disinhibition is just, that's not an argument, you know? De-individuation, a state where people act uncharacteristically in groups, engage in impulsive, sometimes aggressive act, something cannot be personally identified. That's not unique to the internet. That's like, we see that in Antifa, in person, like all the time. And also like the fact that it can happen, you know, it can happen in real life too. Does that mean we shouldn't be a part of political activity? Like we shouldn't be politically active? I think obviously not. Like, I don't think that's true. You know, like I don't think it's the case that because some people might be, use their, like some groups might be wrong, that like all groups acting together as a group where they feel more emboldened to do things together is a bad thing. Like if me and my 4 buddies are going to go, like I would feel way more comfortable, and it would be uncharacteristic of me to go stand outside a courthouse and protest alone, but I would feel fine with it if I was with a group of friends, if I was with a group of people who I trusted. So like using these words that sound bad, like de-individuation, loss of individuality, like, or disinhibition, where you're acting with more freedom, like you have less inhibitions, like they sound bad, but I can also describe those same 2 things in ways that are good. So you have to present to me ways in which those things are bad. Okay? That's not an argument. It's just not an argument to say I'm using a big word that has negative connotations, therefore the thing itself is bad. Because I can present lots of instances where less inhibition is good, and Trent himself did in the video. And I can also present arguments where de-individuation is a helpful thing for people, where they feel more emboldened and more like brave in groups. I can present instances where that's a good thing. So just saying that it's bad isn't bad. A 2020, okay, so here we go. A 2023 study identified 2 motivations underlying the desire to stay anonymous online. Self-expression. Individuals seek anonymity to express aspects of themselves, and they would otherwise not feel comfortable sharing. Self-disclosure also becomes easier due to the reduced threat of negative outcomes and social evaluation. Okay. But that's something that Trent just said is an example of it being good, right? Like people can use self-expression in a good way. Trent just said that, right? Muslims, anti-Christian families, or Muslims, right? And then toxic behavior. Individuals are motivated to use the cloak of anonymity to walk away scot-free after behaving nefariously towards others. Researchers found that anonymous participants engaged in more antisocial behavior such as trolling, being antagonizing, and upsetting others. Okay, it's easier to do a bad thing, but that doesn't make anonymity bad. Like I'm sorry, you can say it's easier, people are more tempted to do a bad thing, therefore the thing is bad, right? Like, but so is the internet. The internet makes it more tempting to go watch pornography for men, right? So that do we tell men who are addicted to pornography to not use the internet at all, or do we tell them to learn to use the internet healthily? Because if the answer is if Trent's answer or somebody who disagrees with me's answer on this is, I would say you teach them to use the internet in a healthy manner, then the same thing goes for anonymity. And just saying that because it makes it easier to sin, like something making it like adding, that's not an argument. Like just saying like, oh, it's easier to do this thing. That can be an argument if your principle is going to be, like, men who are addicted to pornography should have 0 internet access. They should limit themselves to 0 internet access. That's the only way that argument works, because you have to be consistent with it. Somebody in the chat just pointed out, isn't voting anonymous? Voting is anonymous. Voting is legally required. Voting is so anonymous. In some states, it's a felony to take pictures of and post your own vote for the specific reason that the government realizes, and that like democracy only works, which it's stupid, but like it only works if people are disinhibited and de-individuated and can act uncharacteristically of how they would present themselves in public behind their real face. Like that's the only, and that's why voting is anonymous, right? So, like, are we going to say that voting is a near occasion, like because people might be disinhibited and de-individualized? Like that's it. I'm not trying to be like snarky. I'm just trying to point out that like you can't just say big words and insist it's an argument. Like don't be Destiny, like don't just like that. That's what Destiny does, right? He just says big words and pretends it's an argument. So a 2023 study found that individuals with negative and unstable self-perceptions are drawn to anonymity and seek the freedom to take on different personas to satisfy various needs. Individuals struggling with self-conscious and low self-esteem also prefer to remain anonymous online. Okay. Yeah. Once again, like I used to be really self-conscious and have really low self-esteem, and I had a really unstable self-perception, and I was in a bad place in life, and I saw anonymity, and I felt safer there. I felt happier. It helped me to get through some hard times, right? Like just saying that anonymous people tend to be sadder, or sad people tend to want to be anonymous, that's a statement on our society, not on anonymity. Like that doesn't say anything about anonymity. That says something about our society. Further, individuals with dark personality traits seem to express malevolent identities from the shadows of anonymity to engage in behavior that gratify them but harm others. A 2022 study published in Personality and Individual Differences examined the relationship between online anonymity and the following dark personality traits. Is this dark is this the thing James Lindsay was talking to? Didn't James Lindsay and Jordan Peterson talk about this? I swear they did. Hold on. You guys, if this is true, I want somebody to, bro. If I remembered this line.
So, what do you...
If I remembered Dark Tetrad from this interview 4 months ago,
Right. I discussed the overlap between such behavior and classification of psychopathology with James, the relationship between woke behavior, mobbing, extreme perspectives, self-victimization, protest, gaming the system, and cluster B psychopathology, narcissism, histrionic behavior, borderline, antisocial, and the dark tetrad. And
Dark Tetrad. Yes! My autism is undefeated, dude. This is the Dark Tetrad. So this is the thing that Jordan uses to dunk on anonymity too. This is the thing Jordan uses as well. How about that? Come on. Yeah, so this is what Jordan and James, when they're dunking on the woke right, this is the same like stuff this is the same study they're using. Machiavellianism, individuals seek anonymity are high in Machiavellianism. This trait is associated with being manipulative, presenting deceptive and adaptable identities online. Digital environments offer people a risk-free opportunity to create personas strategically to achieve iniquitous and self-serving goals. Psychopathy, a higher level of psychology characterized by antisocial behavior. Psychopathy, a higher level of psychopathy. Am I reading that wrong? Dude. When you click this link, it takes you to a psychopath test. Good grief, what a joke. Come on. If you click this link to learn like what a higher level of psychopathy is, it takes you to a survey to find out if you're a psychopath. Characterized by antisocial behavior and lack of empathy or remorse, points to a greater likelihood presenting an adaptable and inauthentic self online and deceiving others using anonymity. Sadism, according to a 2023 study, sadism is positively associated with preferring an anonymous presence online to fulfill the need and enjoys others suffering safely from behind a screen. Okay. All three of these things are saying that people who are already like this prefer anonymity. This says nothing about if anonymity causes these things. It's presented with a tone that definitely wants you to think. It's presented with a tone that definitely wants you to think anonymity makes you those things, but it actually says that people who think that people who are like this want to be anonymous. It does not say that anonymity causes that stuff. It's definitely presented in a deceptive tone to make you think that's what it's saying, but that's not what it said. Like this is once again not an argument, you know. People who are Hitler have a higher likelihood of liking dogs. Literally, like that's actually right, because Hitler liked dogs. So I can say that people who are Hitler really liked dogs. This is not causation. This is nothing. It's like, it's not, and I'm going to keep saying this. There's a difference between an argument being nothing and like not being what you might think it is, and an argument actually being less than nothing, because to me, it makes your whole argument weaker when you present something like this in a way that I know what you want me to think you're saying, but it's not what you're saying, so you're lying. It's like losing trust. It's not nothing, it's less than nothing. It's negative, you know? Like, it's just like, this is just a joke. Like, to all, like, also, Dark Tetrad is 4. And there's 3 here, which is weird. I don't know what's going on there, unless I missed something, which once again, I'm not an intellectual or an academic, so my reading comprehension is not intellectual or academic tier, so I could have missed the 4th, but I'm only seeing 3 bullet points. So if they did put the 4th in there and I missed it, minus points for formatting, for not making it clear that it was one of the 4. An individual's motivation to seek anonymity can predict their behavior online. In 2023, a study reveals that individuals with self-expression motives engage in benign social behavior to fulfill self-related goals. Okay. In contrast, those higher and toxic motives can engage in malignant antisocial behaviors to achieve other related goals. For instance, research shows that anonymous users are more likely to write trolling comments than others. People who are toxic are more likely to write trolling comments. Like, that's what that says, right? With a little part in the middle that says also they're more likely to be anonymous. It has nothing to do with anonymity. This says nothing about anonymity. In 2021, a study compared the topics of interest in the language used by incel forums and Reddit communities. Here we go, right? It's incels, right? So we're going to get to the incel boogeyman now. You're an incel. Like, this is a joke, right? This is just insultingly fake, faux intellectual. Like, there's nothing here. 2021 study compared the topics of interest and language used by incel forums and Reddit communities. The incel forums had, what is an incel forum? Right? I want to know what an incel forum is. All right, we're going to go to this study and see what incel forums are. What is an incel forum? What qualifies as an incel forum? Incels.co, looksism.net, looksmax.me. So these are also way more focused communities, right? These are communities focused on a specific topic, whereas Reddit is a forum of forums. So this is apples to oranges, right? Like, this is like saying I compared 3 apples to a peach tree. Like, not the peaches, but to a peach tree. Right? Like this, like, these are focused forums on a specific topic, and Reddit is a group of forums. So it's not a one-to-one comparison. Looking at this, right, I expected it to be like forums about, you know, like 4chan or whatever, right? Which is like a group of message boards. But this is focused forums versus Reddit. Okay, so first of all, apples to oranges. Method bad. It's just not good methodology. I'm not an academic and I'm not an intellectual. This is bad methodology. I can tell you that's bad methodology. It's so obviously bad methodology. It's so obviously dishonest. What are we defining as toxic? Right? Reddit representing the normal internet. Forums where people go to talk about the fact that they can't get women are more toxic than the rest of the internet. Okay, what is toxic? Percentage of toxic posts. How do we define a toxic post? Women are talked about in an uncouth manner in forums where people talk about not being able to get women. Okay, and what is toxic? Is there anywhere in here where we're going to define what a toxic post is? The subculture is known to be toxic. We studied the level of toxic language. So they're going in with the presupposition that these people are toxic and then are going to study the level of toxic language. So is that not circular? Hey, this subculture is toxic, therefore this subculture is toxic, therefore we're going to look for toxic language and then say that this subculture is that, like, toxic discussion climates, level of toxic language. Where? Okay. Incels online, incel worldview, detection. Any cursory review of the discussion on the incel forum will reveal pervasive use of hateful and otherwise toxic language. So they're not saying what's toxic. Right? So this study that's cited in this article, and I guarantee you, if somebody in one of these forums said, like, hey, I think women should be stay-at-home moms and not be out, you know, in the real world, that's labeled as toxic, right? So, yeah. Okay. So once again, like, incels.co exhibited the most radical ideologies and had the highest level of toxic language. Disparaging women, self-hatred, and toxicity against society were popular across all forums. Yeah, forums where people go to gather and talk about the fact that they can't get a girlfriend are going to be angry. This is a nothing burger. The current anonymity trends highlight the need to create a safe online environment for all users. This can be achieved through a combination of technological solutions, community moderation, and education on digital ethics. Early and ongoing support by national and local governments may also be affected in... Come on, dude. Nope, my pencil's over there now. Early and ongoing support by national, local governments may be effective in reducing internet and antisocial behavior, says Kiyata Masui. Researchers in Ottoman Gaoken University in Japan promoting empathy and accountability at individual level can promote healthier ways to express oneself and engage with others online. So the way, the closing suggestion from this article that Trent Horn is using as evidence that anonymity is a problem is suggesting that governments get involved. How many people UK arrests for social media posts? $2025. The British police are making approximately in 2023, security forces carried out 12,000 arrests due to offensive posts on social media. And this is and remember, this article, like Trent, if you see this, you have got to retract using this article. Like this is terrible. Like this is inexcusable. To say, like, what does he say while this is on screen?
Abused. So I personally consider them too tempting for Christians to use. We create an avatar that does things we would never do in real life, or even an entire fake persona.
Yeah, but that's not what this article says, Trent. This article says that people who are going to do those bad things are likely to become anonymous. But it's people who have those personality traits. They're predisposed to those things anyway. That's all that article says. And it closes by suggesting that the government get involved in anonymity. That's the article you're citing, Trent. I'm not putting that on you. I'm not saying you want this. I'm saying that you're presenting that article as a source makes you claim that argument. Unless there's somewhere in the rest of this video where you specifically say, I don't want the government involved in this. You have claimed that. And that's not me putting it on you. You cited that article with no caveats.
I remember a few years ago an account called Totally Tegan claimed to be an atheist interested in Catholicism. She got a lot of engagement from Catholics until it was discovered she was a fake account using stolen photos. Another recent case is Patriarch Hannah, who claimed to be a trad wife raising 14 kids but turned out to be a fraud. And it's not just Catholics. Josh Bice was a Protestant pastor and president of the G3 Conference, a large Calvinist gathering where I previously debated James White. But according to a statement issued this week from his church's website, Bice, quote, operated at least 4 anonymous social media accounts, 2 anonymous email addresses, and 2 Substack platforms. These accounts were used to public...
Okay. This argument against anonymity is a leftist gun control argument. That's what's happening right now. I'm sorry, but that is Trent's argument right now. Trent's argument, and I'm trying not to straw man, but the things he's presenting as reasons you shouldn't have an anonymous account are other people have done bad things with anonymous accounts. The reason that the Democrats say you shouldn't own a gun is because other people have done bad things with a gun, and you might also be tempted to do bad things with a gun. I'm genuine. If that is not his argument, then that's what I'm getting, right? So if that's not his argument and his target was people who are, if Trent's target for this video is people who are in favor of anonymity and he wants to change their mind, that's me. I'm the target audience. And the way I'm hearing and receiving his argument is a leftist gun control argument. So if that's not his goal, and I don't mean this as an insult, but like received according to the mode of the receiver, if that's not his goal, he has not explained it well. If that's not his argument, Like he's not explaining it well. Because to just say like I can go through like you like if I want to, I can do the same things for guns. I can do the same things for like masks where people cover their faces to not be seen by cameras, right? Like, but that's not like those aren't, just because people do use that thing to do bad things doesn't make that thing a bad thing, right? Like there are clearly instances where it's okay. And it's clearly not the thing itself which is the problem. I'm going to turn up the speed and get through this like nothing burger here where he's like just citing people using
and anonymously
anonymity
slander
to be
numerous
bad.
Christian leaders, including faithful pastors, some of whom have spoken at G3 conferences, several PMBC elders, and others. The statement goes on to say his church accepted Josh Bison. Start with the temptation to be whoever we want to be online because nobody knows it's us when we have an anonymous leave of absence. Now, these are rare cases, but they all start with the temptation to be whoever we want to be online because nobody knows it's us when we have an anonymous profile.
Shoot, like that, okay.
For example, I've seen anonymous accounts spout all kinds of nonsense because
Anonymous accounts doing bad things is not an argument against anonymous accounts. I'm not going to pretend it is. This is not an argument. If this is your best argument, you don't have an argument. You have a personal problem. And I'm not saying like a personal, like you have a problem. Like you have a personal distaste for anons, which is fine. You're welcome to that opinion. But that's not an argument.
because what they say doesn't have to make sense. It just has to bring in clicks for the algorithm to reward them. And if you come to despise how your avatar is perceived, you can always digitally unalive your avatar and start over with a new profile. But that's not how life works. Instead, as our Lord Jesus Christ said in Matthew 12, verses 36 through 37, I tell you on the day of judgment, men will render account for every careless word they utter.
Okay, this is an argument against not being toxic and bullying people in general, but it's not an argument against anonymity. This is like, the Bible says do not kill. That's not an argument against gun control. The Bible says you will render an account for every careless word. That's not an argument against anonymity. Like these are not arguments.
For by your words you will be justified, and by your words you will be condemned. And in Luke 12, verses 1 through 3, the Lord says, beware of the leaven of the Pharisees, which is hypocrisy. Nothing is covered up that will not be revealed, or hidden that will not be known. Whatever you have said in the dark, or I'd add posted online anonymously, shall be heard in the...
Okay. First of all, you can't just add things to the Bible that like fit your argument and pretend that's an argument. Like, killing in general is bad. That doesn't make killing with a gun a worse thing. Being toxic and, like, being a hypocrite in general is bad. That doesn't make doing it anonymously a worse thing. And if you're going to make that argument, that's fine, but I'm going to need to hear an argument for it. Just saying it isn't an argument. That's all he's doing, is just saying this is bad over and over in different ways. That's why I'm getting frustrated.
Light. And what you have whispered in private rooms shall be proclaimed upon the housetops. Now, at this point, I'll hear people say, but if people knew I was Catholic, I'd get fired from my job to justify having an anonymous account. First, if that's true, then you have the basis for a solid discrimination lawsuit. Second, and more importantly, it sounds like you're saying you think you should deny you're Catholic so you can retain worldly goods like a job.
No, not even a little bit. You also, at the very beginning, said that, we're called to die for our faith, okay? And at the very beginning, Trent, we're called to die, to be martyrs, if called upon. And at the very beginning of this segment, Trent, you said it, not me, you said that it's a good thing for somebody living in a Muslim country to have an anonymous account so that they don't get something terrible doesn't happen to them. That's what you said. Not what I said. That's what you said. So what you're saying is that you're okay with people denying they're Catholic so long as it's not death. Because at the beginning, it was, if it's death, then that's an okay reason to do this type of denial, what you're calling now denial of Catholicism. But you were saying at the beginning that that same kind of denial was okay if you're at risk of death. But if you're at risk of death by not having a job to put food on the table, because that is what John Paul II calls losing a job. This is in Centesimus Annus, so don't get me twisted. The worker is not even sure. Sure of being able to sell, quote, his own commodity, which is labor, and is continually threatened by unemployment, which is, in the absence of any kind of social security, meant the specter of death by starvation. Okay, so unemployment, right? And I realize we have social security in the United States, but like that's not a small thing in modern Catholic modern Catholic understanding of social societies and the social teaching. John Paul II compares it to the specter of death. So if the argument is in Muslim countries, because you might get killed if somebody finds out you're Christian, it's okay to be anonymous, then it's okay to be anonymous because you might be unemployed. Like, you can have one or you can have the other. Pick one.
But Christ said, "Whoever denies me before men, I also will deny before my Father who is in heaven." Third, I highly doubt you're worried you will get fired just for being Catholic. You're probably worried that you will get fired because of your abusive, bigoted, or obscene behavior that you would never do in front of your employers. That has nothing to do with your Catholic faith. Fourth, even if you had a justifiable reason.
So you're not, if it, so yeah, so the first part of the argument doesn't work because he's already rebutted it himself at the beginning of this segment of this video. And the second part is you're probably just a bigot, which is him once again revealing a personal bias he has against anonymous accounts. Like, he's just assuming that if somebody is anonymous and they're going to get fired, it's because they're bigoted.
And for people to not know you are Catholic, or you have strong views on, say, abortion, homosexuality, you don't have an obligation to be on social media. The choice isn't an anonymous or a public account. You could also just live a healthier offline life if you can't have a public social media profile. One of the dangers of social media is that we think that.
So then people who are in Muslim countries who are Christian also shouldn't just don't have an anonymous profile. Like, Trent, your caveats at the beginning of this segment rebut most of this segment. Like, this is not an argument. This is not an argument.
That if we have a hot take, then we need to broadcast that to the entire world because we crave the dopamine our brain releases when people like our posts. But that's what friends and family are for. Traditionally, they are the people we can share our thoughts with and who, if we have a bad take, can graciously correct us without our error becoming something that lives on the internet forever. Instead, what ends up happening is that online anonymous accounts replace these healthy relationships. And then
I'm here publicly with my face and name, and I said my zip code earlier in the stream because I said the city I live in. Also, everyone knows the 3 places in town I hang out at. And anybody can come find me. I am disagreeing with you and saying that you're not making arguments. You have said what your employer is and where your face is, and you work online. And I know you don't have a social life online, but one of us is wrong. One of us has a bad take here. So anonymity, once again, and this is not me saying all I'm saying is one of us is having a bad take right now. Either me or Trent. One of us is wrong. So one of us is having a bad take, live forever on the internet, and neither of us are anonymous, and that didn't stop this from happening. Once again, that's not an argument against anonymity. You're just saying that it is.
and spiral into trying to say the most extreme thing possible that one's anonymous peers will cheerlead, even though such an act isn't brave at all. That's why we have no reason to take the testimony of anonymous, even though such an extreme thing possible, healthy relationships, and then spiral into trying to anonymous becoming something that lives on the internet forever. Instead, what ends up happening is that online anonymous accounts replace these healthy relationships and then spiral into trying to say the most extreme thing possible that one's anonymous peers will cheerlead, even though such an act isn't brave at all.
I'm going to say a thing. First of all, no one said it was brave. That's something you're putting on people so that you can scold them again. Nobody said it was brave. Second, I was in a lot of these online communities for a really long time. I do not know a single person who ended up there and was purposefully replacing real life relationships. Everyone I know who ended up there because their real life relationships were falling through, because they had real questions who needed answers about the real world, and people were not willing to answer those questions for them. Every single person had some version of that. They were there because it was the only community available to them. So to say that people are using anonymity to replace real life relationships is false. What's actually happening in at least half these cases is that people are using anonymity to fill a hole that their real life people, their real life families, and I know people like this still today. I still know guys like this who are in this situation. They're online anonymously, and they're like that because they don't have anybody who will talk to them about the questions they have and the things they believe. Because nobody cares about them enough to have real discussions. Because as soon as they say something that's at all outside of the Overton window of modern neoconservatism, they get pushed away. I still know people who are struggling with that. And they're not online to replace them first. The thing that came first was their family pushing them away, and so then they went online to find something. So if you want to talk to the people causing this problem, Trent, the people causing this problem are people like, and I don't mean this like offensively or with any blame. I'm just saying, like, the people who are more likely to watch your content and won't at all engage with non-approved, normie opinions are the majority of the time, and the people who I know and I've known some people who are really, really anonymous, hard to find anonymous. And the majority of those guys are like that because when they started having questions, nobody would talk to them.
That's why we have no reason to take the testimony of anonymous accounts seriously. Of course, being a public profile isn't a guarantee you'll be a virtuous person. There are many public accounts that traffic in garbage. But maybe that's a reason we all should be backing away from social media. Or if we do use social media to share our faith, we treat it like ministering in a radioactive wasteland. Kevin Orland also has a good video on this subject, and I really like what he says here.
The algorithms are very powerful in shaping how we talk, and they want our attention, and they will keep pulling us back. And I think sometimes we can be naive about this. Just the way social media works. Watch a movie like The Social Dilemma, terrifying, but it's good to be terrified and realize this. If you were walking through a jungle at night and there's jaguars all around you, are jaguars nocturnal? Hope you want, okay? You're walking through, you're going to be mindful. You're going to be looking around, hoping you don't get eaten, and you're going to be vigilant to try to protect yourself. That's how we should feel about our use of social media. We should be extremely mindful of the pitfalls.
With that perspective, social media is not a place we go for frivolity. It's a place where we go to help others and then recharge when we're offline. The internet should not be a substitute for genuine human encounters, but it also isn't something we have to completely avoid either. I'll leave you with an excerpt from the Vatican's 2023.
Okay, remember at the beginning I said that if your argument of we don't tell men who are addicted to pornography, you should be we teach them to use the internet better, not that they shouldn't be using it at all. If the argument is like, and he's saying that that you shouldn't, we're not saying you shouldn't use the internet at all.
document Towards Full Presence, a pastoral reflection on engagement with social media, whose first few sentences directly quote Pope Francis. The use of the social web is complementary to an encounter in the flesh that comes alive through the body, heart, eyes, gaze, and breath of the other. If the net is used as an extension or expectation of such an encounter, then the network concept is not betrayed and remains a resource for communion. The digital world can be an environment rich in humanity, a network not of wires, but of people. If we remember that on the other side of the screen, there are no numbers or mere aggregates of individuals, but people who have stories, dreams, expectations, sufferings, there is a name and a face. Thank you all for watching, and I hope you have a very
Okay, well, first of all, in the majority of cases, unless you know someone in real life, they are a robot. That is like 99% proven fact. That's what the dead internet theory is. So just the idea that it's always a person on the other end, I want to be very careful about that. Do not believe that. If you're talking to someone you believe is a real person, you should treat them with respect. But do not assume that the thing you're talking to on the internet is a real person. Don't go in with that assumption. It's probably not true in over half the majority of the time. But yeah, like Trent is just wrong. Okay. The idea that anonymity is causing these problems, his one source, he presented one source, didn't quote from it at all. And the one thing it says is that people who are already bad people are more likely to want to be anonymous. And so let's look at this, right? So he posts this video. It's a short clip. First of all, like before I get into the response, Trent, this is really bad timing. This is really bad timing. People are literally being shot now for their political opinions. It's really, really bad timing to be posting this. This was really bad. I don't know if you decided to post this or if somebody else, but whoever did this, don't do this again. Posting this clip, like I understand the video is from May, right? But posting this clip to draw attention to it right after people are literally being killed now for their political opinions in real life. Like I'm sorry, this is terrible. This is inexcusable. Whoever decided to do this needs to not be allowed to make decisions like this anymore. Okay, so here's what Trent says. My position on anonymous accounts. I'm not personally a fan. That's fine. You can be personally not a fan. They are okay to use, but contempt people towards evils like fraud, calumny, cruel speech, so they must be used with great care. That's not what you said, and that's not what the article you provided as a source said. That's not what you said, and that's not what the article you provided as a source said. You said there are specific cases where it can be okay, but the vast majority of people are using them for reasons that you think are immoral. That's the way you presented it. If that's not what you meant, then your argument is presented poorly. And I don't mean that as like an insult at all, but like it's true. You presented your argument poorly if that's not what you meant, because that's how it came across. We should not neglect IRL evangelism. Nobody said that. Nobody said that. Nobody made that case. Nobody arguing against you has made that case. Let's look at the top replies against you. You have no idea what you're talking about. I had people threaten to kill me and ruin everything I am just for showing my face and first name. You're encouraging young men to have their lives ruining for some chest beating about bravery. That's true. He's saying that you're not being brave and you should be brave, so you should have your face online. And Piney did have people threaten to kill him. Okay? I mean, kind of easy for you to say this when you don't have to say anything outside the Overton window and you make a ton of money. Yeah, like Trent is not familiar with the risks. And, this is true. Trent encouraging people to stop being anonymous less than a month after a political moderate was assassinated at absolute insane level of, this is what I was saying about don't post this now, whether or not this is true and whether or not you agree with me is not, like, it's pretty clear that, yeah, will you take care of my family if they do what they did to Charlie? Come on. Yeah. Ice cold take. As usual, you have no use for anonymity because you are a garden variety milquetoast neocon. Okay, yeah, like I was just going through these and liking them to read later, so I'd know what the top ones were. Imagine arguing against anonymity 2 weeks after a moderate was murdered during an event with his whole family present. Yeah. So yes, the main point here, the main takeaway is that nothing Trent said in that video is an argument about why you shouldn't use anonymity. That none of it. He just said a bunch of reasons, a bunch of ways people use anonymity wrong, right? I can say a bunch of reasons where they use it for a good purpose. They use it for a moral purpose. But just saying things you don't like about anonymous accounts that you think are common, I'm sorry, that's not an argument against it. And you need to do better. And also, this Forbes article you provided as a source literally argues for the government getting involved, which in the Anglosphere in 2023, in Britain in 2023, when the government got involved, they arrested over 12,000 people. And that's an article you provided as a source. And I am legitimately angry and insulted by that. To just throw something on screen, not mention it, not quote from it at all, not say anything about it, and then have the takeaway of the article you're providing as a source that you, like, is the article linked in the description? The article's not even linked. It's not linked. You're not even linking to it. And then when somebody goes, and when I go out of my way to find the article that you're presenting as a source, the takeaway from it is that the government should get involved. I'm sorry, Trent. With all due respect, that's inexcusable. You should retract that. You don't have to, like, if you personally don't like anonymous accounts or whatever, that's fine. But you need to retract that sourcing, and you need to do better on your sourcing. Because presenting an article, just the headline of it, and then saying nothing about it, and then for the last paragraph of the article to be the government should get involved. If your editor did that, fire your editor. Because your editor didn't read the article and has made it appear as though you think the government should get involved and be arresting people. And if whoever did it, it doesn't matter. It's on your video, Trent. You have a responsibility to retract that. All right. Have a good night, everybody. Okay, recording's out. I can go back and look at the comments now. I'm not getting, somebody text me, I'm not getting your main point. What are you saying? I'm saying anonymous accounts are completely acceptable, and that the only reason anybody would be against them is if they've had people who are anonymous say mean things to them. But I've had people who aren't anonymous say mean things to me. It's not an argument. It's just lazy. All right, let's look through the chat. I'm gonna get a drink real quick, and I'll be right back. Everybody, be good. Okay. Let's turn the jazz on while I read chat. I don't even know how far back to go. I was going for an hour, wasn't I? Telestrator. Stop telling me to buy Telestrator, chat. Dude, I gotta stop saying that. You guys are just gonna keep doing it until I stop saying don't tell me to do it. Tetrad means 4. Xtech said tetrad 4. Yeah, tetrad is 4. You're wrong, Xtech. Xtech said tetrad starts with T, it means 3. Weren't the Gospels written anonymously? No, I think they found a lot of the citing on some of them. Hebrews is written anonymously. We still don't know who wrote Hebrews. I'm going to side against your side on this. At least in my experience, the behavior of people using Anon accounts is always worse than non-Anon counterparts. That's fine. I would actually be willing to grant that, but it's not an argument against anonymous accounts. You know, that's an ex post facto joke, or ex post facto argument. It's not an argument. So, poker hands should not be anonymous because it leads to certain players taking advantage of others. That's true. I took advantage of my friends last night, or Friday night. They were mean to me, Josiah. Yeah, okay. People are mean to me too. It's not an argument against something. And I to be fair, I really think that just like the part where he's just like, actually, the reason you would get fired is probably because you're a bigot, is pretty revealing. That the reason he doesn't think you should be anonymous is so that you don't say things like, if you got like, that's justifying that if you say things that he disagrees with, that he thinks are bigoted, you should be fired. That is justifying, like, if you say things that are bigoted, you should be allowed to be fired. But like, whose definition of bigoted, Trent? Like, the left's definition of bigoted is saying that George Floyd died from a drug overdose, which is objectively true. George Floyd died from a drug overdose. He was not murdered. In 2020, you would be fired for saying that. That's considered bigoted by most companies still today. So just like the, oh, you're not going to get fired because you're Catholic, you're going to get fired because you're a bigot or whatever, is just a justification of cancel culture coming from Trent. It's laughable. He isn't saying that Anons aren't more aggressive, just that the aggressiveness makes something wrong. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The aggressiveness doesn't necessarily make something wrong. Less charity is what I mean. Treating people with respect and dignity as persons. Yeah, but like, look, here's the other thing. Anonymity online is like a joke, right? It's a funny thing because, like, okay, let me prove a point. Here we go. Let me just open Twitter. I just clicked this trending. I just clicked the trending Cam Ward and Texans story. Okay. All right. Alex Gomez. Okay, this person isn't anonymous. Do I know anything more about this person in reality than this next guy who's Sergeant Waters? Oh, it's Waters. Or G7 B grade 85. Is this guy, am I any more brand new? Ronnie 2 times. Okay, here you go. These two guys, right? Alex Gomez and this guy. If I reply to one of these two, what is the fundamental difference in anonymity? None. Right? The internet's too big. Like, these are like this just, it just doesn't make, like, I got my everybody can figure out who my name, like, this is my face, everybody knows who I am. You can figure it out. What, like, I don't know this guy at all. I don't know this guy at all. I'm not more or less likely to speak in a certain way because my face is out there as if I didn't, because these are random people who I'm never going to interact with again. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Our culture now predominantly acts based on the experience of the few rather than the normal and expected. yeah, that's kind of the point I'm making, is that like the people who like you're having like the people who get to be these thought leaders like Trent, who become these thought leaders like Trent and Jordan Peterson or whatever, have a couple bad experiences with anonymous accounts, and then they find some data somewhere that says people who are psychologically bad, worse people, which, okay, that's a thing I can accept, are more likely to be anonymous. And then they want to say, well, anonymous accounts have been mean to me, and people who are bad people are more likely to be anonymous. Therefore, anonymity is bad. Like that's the whole point I'm making, is that this isn't an argument, and that all it is like personal, like an emotional, like I don't like anonymity, therefore it's bad thing, like projected onto some pseudoscience. How successful is our VPN technology to hide IP addresses? Surely it's not completely foolproof. Proton actually is, I mean, it's not completely foolproof, but I mean, like Proton routes it through Sweden, dude. If you want to hide the US from finding something, they're not getting it in, like, there's a reason rich people put their money in Sweden. A happy medium for anonymity and clarity would be using the same brand across all platforms as an alias. I mean, that's kind of what Thursday is, right? Like, everybody knows my first name is Josiah, but I still kind of go by Thursday a lot of the time. But yeah, like, it's just like, yeah. I wonder if Trent is talking kind of from a place of privilege. He doesn't have to worry about cancel culture because of his views. Yeah, I actually think that's what's happening. I really do. He doesn't have to worry about cancel culture, and so he assumes that if you get canceled or you lose your job because you said something he disagreed with, like you're a bigot and somehow you deserve it. That's how it comes across. Once again, I really hope that's not what Trent thinks. But if that's not what he means, then he's doing a terrible job at communicating it. Proton Mail Switzerland. Yeah, Proton has a VPN that I use. Unmanned stores make it easy to steal from. In a non-trust, you mean low trust society, they get taken out because people steal. Unmanned stores are not themselves wrong. Yes. Yeah. The idea of an honesty box being called a near occasion is insane to me. I don't know what an honesty box is, but okay. For the record, I always want to be anon, and we should be anon when voting. I asked you the question because it looks like the rabbit hole I wanted to go down. Don't make me look into it like a lib who wants no anon. I understood what you were saying. Defenestration. All right, I'm going to defenestrate you. Roll through, dog. Find out what happens. Anonymous people have low self-esteem. Removing anons wouldn't lift self-esteem. It would lead to low self-esteem people just not being on the internet. True. Classification of people based on an internet quiz is cool. Yeah. That one really ticked me off. I wanted to figure out, like, I'm literally looking at a Forbes.com article with a site, and the citation is like, I'm like, what is this citation to? What is this citation of psychopathy? And it leads me to an internet quiz to figure out if you're a psychopath. That one made me really angry. Plenty of people show it's tetrad traits, not triad. Dark tetrad traits while showing their name and other information. Yeah, totally true. Different motives lead to different outcomes. Genius, really. Yeah, exactly. People who are anonymous because they're low in self-esteem are less likely to say mean things than people who are anonymous because they're a psychopath. Oh. What are you talking? Okay. Anonymous bullying is real. Observe as I bully a streamer. Yeah, true. He's going to do it. Hey, bro, have you ever heard of the legendary Roman philosopher? Nope, I haven't heard of him. Not going to say the name. Not going to get me. Toxic is when you eat something and die. True. Venom is when something bites you and you die. Yeah. Like I'm gonna drinking this Diet Pepsi. I'm helping out with supper. Want to say hello? Hello, Happy. I feel as if it was just lazily put in by an editor. Maybe. Grab people's attention on the left. It doesn't matter. They put it up as like a source, as like a proof of something, and it says that the government should get involved. It doesn't matter why they put it in. I'm sorry, it doesn't. You put it in there, now you got to stand on it, you know, like, or you have to retract it. Halloween costumes are immoral because someone can wear a disguise and rob a bank. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, you're not wrong about, like, that is a similar, like, yeah, that's a similar argument. Does he think the entire internet behaves like Twitter? I can't tell. Dun, dun, dun. It's a stage name. I think he's a Catholic shock jock. Who's a Catholic shock jock? Is it me? Are you talking about me? Oh, Trent. It's a stage name. Dude, that would be really funny, but it's not. I do know Trent's. I know that's for Trent's real name. Yeah, dude. Like, that's just a terrible like, it's just a terrible argument. I never consider myself anonymous. It's more of a screen name for protection against doxing. Well, that makes you a coward. According to Trent, that makes you a coward. I'm making Chow Pepe. Trent's argument is invalid. Oh, goodness. Yeah, you guys are... Oh, I can't believe you guys wanted me to buy a telestrator. That's really funny. How much are telestrators? You guys were like, buy a telestrator. Buy a telestrator? Chow Pepe. Chow Pepe. What do you want me to say? Cacio? Cacio e Pepe. Dude, you have to buy the server to use a telestrator, guys. We're not getting one. Chat, we're not getting one. Cacio e Pepe. It's literally a server. They don't list them with prices. They tell you to ask for a quote. Do you know how much things are when they ask for a quote? Do you have any idea how expensive things are when they're listed as get a quote and not get the price? You guys. Okay. I forget what's on the thumbnail, so I don't remember what we were supposed to talk about tonight. Spiritual warfare, Antifa versus ICE. We can do Antifa versus ICE. We can work around this so everyone is happy. I'm looking into using a drawing tablet as one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can use a drawing tablet as one. And I can just get a $30 bamboo tablet. It'll be fine. Tiger Bee, money signs. Yeah, dude, they're trying to get me to spend all this money. They want me to get a telestrator for this stream. You guys are crazy. I thought you were going to do the Mumford Book Club reading. Yeah, we're going to do 2 of them later. You want to do them now? We can do them now. We can do them now. I want to do... Yeah, we can do them now. Let's do that now. The spiritual warfare, politics of spiritual warfare thing is like gonna take a really long time. I have a couple friends who keep asking me to make that video, and it's gonna be really complicated. Stanford and Son on capitalism. True. Cinema. 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 There you go. All right. Pull up your book. Get out your books, everyone. Technics and civilization. Somebody sent me the book, right? Oh my. Hold on. Gotta take care of something. Okay. Okay. Sorry. I had to take care of something. All right. Technics and civilization. Did somebody send me I thought somebody sent me a link to it, actually. I thought somebody sent it to me in Discord. Oh crap. Okay, somebody just DM'd this to me. So let's look at it. Told me he adds an addendum to this at 1945.
Recently, many people have been fired because of comments they made. Finally, some people may say that cancel culture and the risk of being doxxed or having your personal information leaked online justifies using an anonymous account. I talked about abusing online anonymity in a previous episode, and a lot of, surprise, surprise, anonymous accounts took offense at what I said and accused me of saying that it's always sinful to be anonymous, which I never said. Instead, all I said was that I personally consider anonymous accounts too tempting for Christians to use. But I'll slightly amend this moderate position that I had. I'll say this. Christians can use anonymity online, but it comes with many temptations toward evil, so these accounts must be used with great care. In many cases, anonymity is too tempting for individuals. This should be something everyone can agree with, and you can see my previous episode where I talk about the dangers inherent in anonymity. But there's another point to consider. You could completely protect yourself from harm by only expressing your Christian views through an online avatar. Your friends, your extended family, coworkers, really...
Yeah, it's not an addendum. It's not any. It's literally the exact same thing he said last time, but he's pretending that it's different. Oh, look at you. Yo, look at... Okay, everybody shout out Adam K in the chat. Somebody give that guy something. Look at what he found. All right. Shout out Adam K. There you guys go. I posted the link in the announcement channels in the Discord. So if you guys want to follow along there, and then I can post it in the chat if you guys like. If you're not in the Discord, by the way, everybody get in the Discord. That's where I take topic suggestions, and it's where other stuff, fun stuff happens. So if you're not in the Discord, you should get in there. Shout out Adam K for that one. What a real one. Whoa, I went way too far. I just saw 5. I'm looking for 3. Okay, there we go. Okay. I'm gonna grab my glasses because this is white. It's very bright. It's hard to look at. So, I'm gonna get my glasses. Is the text searchable? That is an interesting question. Huh. Do you have this file? Did you get the file down, Adam? Because if you got the file down, I would imagine that I could make it searchable. Oh, wait, hold on. Hello. Is it? It is searchable. Holy cow. Way to go, Adam. What a find. Absolutely huge W, dude. Wait, I can get the EPUB of this? No way. Hold on. Hold on. Can I really? I'm getting it. It's coming down. Oh, dude, that means I can look at... We can do it in dark mode. So I can actually see... Dude, what a great find, Adam. Ah! Okay, we got it down. Library. Okay, don't get the EPUB, guys. Oh my goodness, that sucks. The EPUB is not good. Don't get the EPUB. We're just gonna have to do it this way. The EPUB is weird. There's clearly, the way they're doing the text searching, the way they made the text searching work is they've overlaid an EPUB directory on top of the PDF. So when you download the EPUB, it's just like side by side, the two same things, like an image, like the PDF image and the actual EPUB words. So, okay. Okay. Here we go, boys. Long live the live chat. He gone. Chaos Reams. The stream is on. Long live the live chat. So true. Try it. How did the Colts game go? I had to get on before it finished. Oh, it sucks. We lost. Oh well. We'll get him next week. Disaster, so many bad mistakes. I saw the Adonai Mitchell thing, dude. I saw the Adonai Mitchell thing. It was... Oh... I saw that one. Yeah. That one was hard to watch. Does your PDF viewer have a dark mode? Well, this isn't a PDF. Like, yes, my PDF viewer has a dark mode, but... The problem is this is not a text PDF. This is just scans of the book. Like, this is just scans. So, like, there's no way to do dark mode because it is just scans. There were 2 of them. He did it twice. What did he do? What did he do the second time? I saw the first one. Oh my gosh, he got 2 touchdowns. Oh my god, holding. Oh, the holding and the fumble. Gosh. That sucks. That's bad. The fumble play is terrible. Chat, look at this. Before we get started with the book club, look at this. Chat.
It's Taylor the carry. Taylor finds a crease.
Oh, no, this is... Here we go.
Jones down.
Okay. Crazy catch. Can't believe he catches the ball. Right? Da-da-da-da-da. Whatever. Here we go. Here we go. Here. Watch this. He lets go of the ball before he crosses the line and then fumbles it out of the end zone, so it's a touchback, not a touchdown, and the Rams get the ball at the 25. You literally just have to hold on to the ball in open space. Terrible. Anyway, all right, let's go. Book club time. I have to run the intro. Did you guys see the, I showed the people at the beginning of the stream the thumbnails for next week. You guys want to see them? I don't know who all was here. Here we go. I didn't read it. We get the Aronia Zeruska thumb, the Stephen Miller Fox News thumb, and then this one is the Technics Part 1. And this is Monastery and the Clock. This is Technics Part 2. So, look at them baby blues. Staring you down with them baby blues. So. Cool. Y'all ready for this? Wow, I'm sad now. Philosophy of Tools. Yeah, Dad, you should read this book. that we're reading for on stream. It's really good. You would like it a lot. The first one is all about the philosophy of tools and machines and the difference between them. I'll send it to you when I'll send you the first essay. It's a series of essays. You'll like it a lot. Yeah, I'll send it to you when I post it. You'll like it a lot. Okay, so today we're going to start with 3. So I got to do the... This third essay is super complicated, guys. It's going to be a struggle bus. I'm not going to lie to you guys. It's going to be hard. All right? All right, I'm going to do the intro. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to part 3 of Technics and Civilization. And this is obviously going to be an ongoing, very long series because there are a lot of these. But this is the third essay, and it's on space, distance, and movement. And if you want to follow along, I'll have the book on screen, but also you can follow along with the link in the description. Shout out to one of our viewers, Adam K, for finding this awesome scan of the book. It's actually the exact one I'm using, except the pages are on the opposite side, which is odd, but that is the case. So we'll get right into it. I'm going to have chat on screen for these videos, just so, because I'll be chatting, going back and forth with the chat about this. So I'll actually be reading from my physical book instead of reading from the screen, because it's very bright. It's kind of hard to look at, to be honest with you. Yeah, we will be, unless there's a way to adjust brightness. Oh, I can turn the brightness down, can't I? Oh, there we go. Turn it down to like 76%. Invert colors. Oh, dark mode. Ha ha ha. There we go. Never mind. There's a dark mode. I'm still going to read from here because it's harder to read because the screen's up there. All right. So let's get into it. A child and an adult and an Australian primitive and a European man of the Middle Ages and a contemporary are distinguished not only by a difference in degree, but a difference in kind, by their methods of pictorial representation. Dagobert Frey, whose words I have just quoted, has made a penetrating study of the difference in spatial concepts between the early Middle Ages and the Renaissance. He has reinforced by a wealth of specific detail the generalization that no culture live conceptually in the same kind of time and space. Space and time, like language itself, are works of art, and like language, they help to condition and direct practical action. Long before Kant announced that time and space were categories of the mind, long before the mathematicians discovered that there were conceivable and rational forms of space other than the form described by Euclid, mankind at large had acted on this premise. Like the Englishman in France who thought that that bread was the very right name for Le Pen, each culture believes that every other kind of space and time is an approximation to or a perversion of the real space and time in which it lives. So this is, if you'll remember, this is if you're unfamiliar with this, there's a lot of different ways to think about this, but the best way to point this out is to show you a video I saw on X. So, or a picture that I saw on X, which is actually kind of interesting, and it's about, can I not? No. Sorry, it's not, I'm not going to show you the picture. So there's this African philosopher, John Mbiti, and he points out that in traditional African time, there is, or at least in many African cultures, there's only the past and the immediate present. And the future is virtually not considered at all. Like, they just basically don't have a concept of that. And so there's no abstract future, which to us seems really odd. And for, frankly, just if we're all being honest, for building the best long-term society probably is not an ideal conception of time or an ideal way to perceive time. But it is true to us that it seems completely incoherent. We cannot fathom that, like, there would be another way to perceive time, right? But the African cultures perceive time differently. And so that is what Lewis Mumford is pointing out here. And then he's going to move on to relate it to spatial as well as temporal concepts. During the Middle Ages, spatial relations tended to be organized as symbols and values. The highest object in the city was the church, and symbols and values. The highest object in the city was the church spire, which pointed toward heaven and dominated all the lesser buildings, as the church dominated their hopes and fears. Space was divided arbitrarily to represent the 7 virtues or the 12 apostles, the 10 commandments or the Trinity, without constant symbolic reference to the fables and myths of Christianity. The rationale of medieval space would collapse. Even the most rational minds were not exempt. Roger Bacon was a careful student of optics, but after he described the 7 coverings of the eye, he added that by such means God had willed to express in our bodies an image of the 7 gifts of the Holy Spirit. Size signified importance to represent human beings of entirely different sizes on the same plane of vision and at the same distance from the observer was entirely possible for the medieval artists. This same habit applies not only to their representation of real objects, but to the organization of terrestrial experiences by means of the map. In medieval cartography, the water and the land masses of the earth, even when approximately known, may be represented in an arbitrary figure like a tree, with no regard for the actual relations as experienced by a traveler, and with no interest in anything except the allegorical correspondence. Right? There you go. I think that's all pretty self-explanatory. The idea basically is just that humanity, for a long time, we perceived, space as a representation of the eternal, and as we became more scientific, that became less true. It's pretty simple stuff. One further characteristic of medieval space must be noted. Space and time form 2 relatively independent systems. First, the medieval artist introduced other times within his own. This paragraph goes so hard, guys. This is so cool. Yeah. First, the medieval artist introduced other times within his own spatial world, and when he projected the events of Christ's life within contemporary Italian city without the slightest feeling of the passage of time, has made a difference. Just as in Chaucer, the classical legend of Troilus and Cressida is related as if it were a contemporary story. When a medieval chronicler mentions the king, as the author of The Wandering Scholar remarks, it is sometimes a little difficult to find out whether he is talking about Caesar or Alexander the Great or his own monarch. Each is equally near to him. Indeed, the word anachronism is meaningless when applied to medieval art. It is only when one related to events in a coordinated frame of time and space that being out of time or being untrue to time becomes disconcerting. Similarly, in Botticelli's The 3 Miracles of Saint Zenobius, 3 different times are presented all upon a single stage. which is all. So the idea here basically is, and remember, in the second essay, he talked about the clock and the development of the clock and how that changed society. And so what he's saying here is, prior to the clock, the past was just seen as all together, and it all affected you equally. And so it was more events focused. And so, yeah. Because of this separation of time and space, things could appear and disappear suddenly, unaccountably. The dropping of a ship below the horizon no more needed explanation than the dropping of a demon down the chimney. There was no mystery about the past. From which they had emerged, and no speculation as to the future toward which they were bound. Objects swam into vision and sank out of it, with something of the same mystery in which the coming and going of adults affected the experience of young children, whose first graphic efforts so much resemble in their organization the world of medieval artists. In this symbolic world of space and time, everything was either a mystery or a miracle. The connecting link between events was the cosmic and religious order. The true order of space was heaven, even as the true order of time was eternity. So cool. Such a great thought. I wish we were still there. Page 29, now 30. Huh? We're on page 20. Okay, we're on page 20, but okay. Between the 14th and 17th century, a revolutionary change in the concept Between the 14th and 17th century, a revolutionary change in the conception of space took place in the Western Europe. Space as a hierarchy of values was replaced as a system of magnitudes. One of the indications of this new orientation was the closer study of the relations of objects in space and the discovery of the laws of perspective, and the systemic organization of pictures within the new frame fixed by the foreground, the horizon, and the vanishing point. Perspective turned the symbolic relation of objects into visual relation. The visual, in turn, became quantitative relation. In the new picture of the world, size meant not human or divine importance, but distance. Bodies did not exist separately as absolute magnitudes. They were coordinated with other bodies within the same frame of vision and must be in scale. To achieve this scale, there must be an accurate representation of the object itself, a point-for-point correspondence between the picture and the image, hence a fresh interest in the external nature and questions of fact. The division of the canvas into squares and the accurate observation of the world through this abstract checkerboard marked a new technique of the painter, from Paolo Uccello onward. Yeah. Oh, clock is still being searched. No, it's not. What? Why is this clock highlighted? How do I just need to refresh? Why is clock highlighted? That's crazy. The new interest in perspective brought depth into the picture and distance into the mind. In the older picture, one's eye jumped from part to part to another, picking up symbolic crumbs as taste and fancy dictated. In new pictures, one's eyes followed the lines of linear perspective along the streets, buildings, tessellated pavements, whose parallel lines the painter purposefully introduced in order to make the eye itself travel. Even if the objects in the foreground were sometimes grotesquely placed and foreshortened in order to create the same illusion, movement became a new source of value, movement for its own sake. The measured space of the picture reinforced the measured time of the clock. So, as art became more obsessed with realism in Christendom, so it mirrored the obsession with timekeeping. Within this new ideal network of space and time, all events now took place. And the most satisfactory event within this system was the uniform motion in a straight line. For such a motion lent itself to accurate representation within the system of spatial and temporal coordinates. One further consequence of this spatial order must be noted. To place a thing and to time it became essentially to one's understanding of it. Hold on. Whoa. Okay. That's all one sentence, isn't it? Is there not a period in there? Within this new ideal network of space and time, all events now took place, and the most satisfactory event within this system was uniform motion, a straight line. For such motion lent itself to accurate representation within the system of spatial and temporal coordinates. Okay, that one's easy. Straight line, I got that one. Straight lines are really favored because they're easy and they fit into the mechanical systems. One further consequence of the spatial order must be noted. To place a thing and to time it became essential to one's understanding of it. Okay, yeah. In Renaissance space, the existence of objects must be accounted for. Their passage through time and space is a clue to their appearance at any particular moment in any particular place. The unknown is therefore no less determinate than the known. Given the roundness of a globe, the position of the Indies could be assumed and the time and distance calculated. The very existence of such an order was an incentive to explore it and to fill up the parts that were unknown. I think I got that. That's really difficult. I think I got it, though. I don't know if I can explain that, though. When the painters demonstrated in their application of perspective, the cartographers established in the same century in their new maps. The Hereford map of 1314 might have been done by a child. It was practically worthless for navigation. That of Uccello's contemporary Andrea Banco in 1436. Oh, shoot. Hey, there you go. Sorry. In 1436 was conceived on rational lines, represented a gain in the conception as well as in practical accuracy. By laying down the invisible lines of latitude and longitude, the cartographers paved the way for later explorers like Columbus. As with the later scientific method, the abstract system gave rather rational expectations, even if on the basis of inaccurate knowledge. All right, I want to look up these maps. Let's look up the Hereford map, 1314. Let's look up the Hereford map. It's not Hereford. All right, Brave, I want to like your thing, but it's terrible. Hereford Mappa Mundi. Map of the world, with Jerusalem at its center. The largest medieval map still known to exist, depicting the known world. It is a religious rather than literal depiction featuring heaven, hell, and the path to salvation. Yo, based? Oh, we got it in 5. Bro, I got a 5,000 pixel version of it. Let's go, dude. Let's go, dude. Bro, what is he talking about? This is not done by a child. This is so cool. Yo, this is so sick. Jerusalem, Christ. Wonder where Rome is. Surely Rome was important. Where's Rome? I can't tell. I can't read Latin. Where's Legate? Where's Legate when you need him? This is so sick. That is so cool. That's so cool. Whoops. Am I able to... That's what this is. This is the zoomed in. Oh, shoot. Okay, here you go. So here's Jerusalem. I'm going to have to cut out that portion from the recording. Here's Jerusalem. There's Jesus on the cross. I am unclear. I don't know what this is. But yeah, it's really, really sick. Can I push in more? Can I zoom in more? Come on, keep pushing. Yeah. So, there you go. This is so cool. I can't read any of it. Could not tell you what a word of this says. Oh, it could be Old German. Well, it's kept in Hereford, England. So if it's any old language, it's going to be Old English, probably. That's super neat. That's so sick. Yeah, there you go. And what was the other one? Uccello's contemporary Andrea Banco. Andrea Banco. Map 1436. Dude, come on. All right. Here we go. Maybe? Hello? You gotta be kidding me. Come on. That's the biggest scan of it. I couldn't tell you. I think this is the Black Sea, probably. This is the Mediterranean. Yeah, you can see Spain here. Spain. This is Italy. This is the Black Sea. This is going to be like the Netherlands-ish. This will probably be England right here, if I had to guess. Yeah, this is obviously supposed to be Africa. I'm not sure what's going all the way over this way. So, there you go. That's the closest we're going to get on that one. It's the best scan I could find of that one. All right. Okay. By laying down invisible lines of latitude and longitude, the cartographers paved the way for later explorers like Columbus. As with the later scientific method, the abstract system gave rational expectations, even if on the basis of inaccurate knowledge. No longer was it necessary for the navigator to hug the shoreline. He could launch out into the unknown, set his course toward an arbitrary point, and return approximately to the place of departure. Both Eden and heaven were outside the new space, and though they lingered on as ostensible subjects of painting, the real subjects were time and space, and nature and man. Dude. That's so good. Because okay, think about this, right? If you live in a world where Eden and heaven are like real, so like just, they're not they're real places you can go, and they're really connected to the real world you live in. Like if you think about that, if the whole world believed that as like a common thing, the whole world believed that as like a common thing, right? You could see how that would affect society. You can see how that would affect society. Hold on, my dad texted me. I gotta text him back. You can see how that would affect society, how that would make society different, how people would interact differently, how they would live their lives differently. That's huge. I gotta underline that. Where's my pen? I threw my pencil earlier. Both Eden and heaven were outside the new space, and though they lingered on us. That's huge. That's really good. Okay. Alrighty, here we go. Presently, on the basis laid down by the painter and the cartographer, an interest in space as such, in movement as such, in locomotion as such, arose. In back of this interest were, of course, more concrete alterations. Road had become more secure, vessels were being built more soundly. Above all, new inventions, the magnetic needle, the astrolabe, the rudder, had made it possible to chart and to hold more accurate course at sea. The gold of the Indies and the fabled fountains of youth and the happy isles of endless sensual delight doubtless beckoned too. But the presence of these tangible goals does not lessen the importance of the new schemata. The categories of time and space, once practically dissociated, had become united, and the abstractions of measured time and measured space undermined the earlier conception of infinity and eternity, since measurement must begin with an arbitrary here and now, even if space and time be empty. The itch to use space and time had broken out, And once they were coordinated with movement, they could be contracted or expanded. The conquest of space and time had begun. It is interesting, however, to note that the very concept of acceleration, which was part of our daily mechanical experience, was not formulated till the 17th century. That is interesting. That's actually really interesting. That's a cool fact. Acceleration is change in velocity over time. Time squared, if you will. Okay. Well, that's very cool. Once again, it's similar to the clock. This essay is kind of like what the mechanical clock did to time, but what it did to space, which is actually, ironically enough, you would think the temporal consequences would be harder to conceive, but the temporal consequences are way easier to comprehend than the spatial consequences. Just like by an order of magnitude almost. The signs of this conquest are many. They came forth in rapid succession in military arts. The crossbow and the ballista were revived, and extended on their heels came more powerful weapons for annihilating distance, the cannon and later the musket. Leonardo conceived an airplane and built one. Fantastic projects for flight were canvassed. In 1420, Fontana described a velocipede. In 1589, Gilles de Baume of Antwerp apparently built a man-propelled wagon. Okay. Restless preludes to the vast efforts and initiatives of the 19th century. As with so many elements in our culture, the original impulse was imparted to this movement by the Arabs. Huh? That's so funny. That's a great sentence. As early as 880, Abu al-Qasim. You know, maybe the French do deserve all the Muslims are getting, because Abu al-Qasim sounds kind of French. You know, al-Qasim. Al-Qasim. Sounds a little French. Just a little bit. You got to admit it. Had attempted flight, and in 1065, Oliver of Malmesbury had killed himself in an attempt to soar from a high place. What did he do? But from the 15th century on, the desire to conquer the air became a recurrent preoccupation of the inventive minds, and it was close enough to popular thought to make the report of a flight from Portugal to Vienna serve as a news hoax in 1709. Okay, yeah, but like, hold on. What was the machine Oliver Malmesbury tried to use, right? Like we're all thinking it, okay? Oliver Malmesbury. The flight. Thus Elmer fixed wings on his hands and feet and launched himself for... Yeah, he tried wax and feathers. Somebody in the chat called it. Did he use... Yeah, it was Adam. Adam called it in the chat. He literally tried to Daedalus. He was a man learned for those times, of ripe old age. In his early youth he had hazarded a deed of remarkable boldness. He had, by some means, I scarcely know what, fastened wings to his hands and feet, so that mistaking fable for truth, he might fly like Daedalus, and collecting breeze upon the summit of a tower, flew for more than a furlong. But agitated by the violence of the wind and the stirring of the air, as well as by the awkwardness of his rash attempt, he fell, broke both his legs, and was lame ever after. And was lame ever after. Is tough, dude. And was lame ever afters. That's hard. That's oof. You know, bro's cooked. That's really hard. Dude, if somebody ever described me as lame ever after, I don't know what I'd do about it. He used to relate this as the cause of his failure, his forgetting to provide himself a tail. Huh? No. Dude. Stuff used to be so much cooler. People used to be so much cooler. The guy was just like, yeah, if I had a tail, I'd have done it. Used a bird-like apparatus to glide downward against the breeze, however, being unable to balance himself forward and backwards, as does a bird by slight movements of its wings, head and legs, he would have needed a large tail to maintain. He was right. What? He would have needed a large. Might have glided down safely with a tail. He was right. He was like, I needed a tail. When I read that, I was like, this is a joke. Like, that's really funny that somebody would say that. But he was correct. Bro, honestly, I'm going to say something. I'm going to say a thing, okay? He's kind of a bitch for not trying again. Right? His legs were already broken. What was going to happen? He's kind of it. What's going to happen? You're going to become more lame? You're lame ever after, dude. You need to do it again. At least then you're lame ever after and you flew. He's a bitch for not trying again. Don't at me. Somebody needs to put Oliver in the Museum of Flight. True. 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 Get in the comments. The new attitude toward time and space infected the workshop and the counting house and the army and the city. The tempo became faster. The magnitudes became greater. Conceptually, modern culture launched itself into space and gave itself over to movement. What Max Weber called the romanticism of numbers grew naturally out of this interest. In timekeeping, in trading, in fighting, men counted numbers. And finally, as the habit grew, only numbers counted. Dude, that goes hard. In timekeeping, in trading, in fighting, men counted numbers. And finally, the habit grew, and only numbers counted. He just throws these little like mini poems on the end of his paragraphs, every couple paragraphs, and it's like, all right, Lewis, I see you, dude. All righty. There is essay number 3, everybody. I know that one's really hard, and it's not as interesting as number 2 or number 1. Honestly, it's not. I think 3 is probably my least favorite of the first section, to be honest. But it's important. Next time we're going to get into capitalism, so I'm sure that won't be controversial at all. I'm sure that the chat will agree with me on everything. The chat is now saying that I'm sponsored, which I am not. I probably should say that for legal reasons. The chat likes to screw with me. I'm not sponsored by anyone. This is brought to you by viewers like you. Like and subscribe. Okie dokie. Do you have number 2 uploaded to YouTube yet? No. I have 1 and 2 done, and I got the thumbnails made, and they will be out Wednesday and Thursday. Oh, also, Thursday nights. I don't normally do this, but we're trying to push this. So Thursday nights, if you have questions about dating, relationships, chastity, that kind of stuff, you should call into the Jason Everett live show, because we're trying to bump that up. So I don't normally do that, but you guys should call in. Just call in, be chill. Don't be weird. Don't say that you came from my thing. I'm married. You can ask questions about married life. You've been married 24 years yet? They haven't been married 24 years. If you've been married 24 years and you're watching me, I mean, thank you. But also, can I still call in? Yeah, call in. Ask any question you have about marriage, parenting, whatever. Yeah. So, I'm going to get more to drink because my throat's dry. And then we'll do SA4. And then we'll do... I can't decide if I want to do ICE versus Antifa or this politics as spiritual warfare. So, decide amongst yourselves if you want politics as spiritual warfare or Antifa versus ICE. It's getting hot.
Thank you. I am enjoying the book club.
Oh, Happy's here. I have to take Levi outside. He's freaking out. So, I apologize, guys. I gotta take him out. You want the music? You want music? I know you guys want the music. Politics as spiritual warfare? Alright, we'll do that. Danny, you might be behind. Jason's YouTube channel. Okay. Oh, Adam. I always forget Adam's in Newfie. Dude, I forget Adam's in Newfie. I'll find something to watch while I eat the rest of this food. I'm hungry. I'm not going to be able to get through another essay without eating something. Something funny. Oh, Unleashed. Thank you so much. I just saw that. Well, I didn't see that. It must have happened while I was outside. Thank you so much for the dono, man. Sorry I didn't see that when I sat down. I'm not used to seeing anything in that mini feed window, so. Freedom Tunes? I don't think so. I don't think so. Let me see what else. Let me open up my actual account over here and look at what we got. Oh, excuse me. I want something fun. Why is... Oh, gosh. One conservative versus 20 feminists. How's cameras and pictures? I got some okay stuff. Who is that? Gross. Hey, look, I know that guy. One essay, a live stream is on par. Technically, you're on pace. I thought we were doing two. I'm just not gonna be able to get through another one without eating. Is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna have to eat something and drink some water and probably take a break. It's tough, dude. It's tough to get through. It's just so tough to get, like, they're so hard for me. I'm not smart enough to be explaining that book. Like, you guys are literally, the book club is me trying to figure it out. It's not me explaining it. Good grief. Is there like nothing? All right, I'm just going to refresh, hope for better. It's like playing the lottery. Who would actually win in a fight, a rock or scissors? It would be a rock. Oh, this guy. I like this guy. Don't hate me for this, but I do like this guy. How big? It's a rock. A rock would win. I do like this guy, but there's like these are not easy watching. I guess I can check the Discord. React to this. Let me find stuff. Somebody posted a full movie. Who did that? That's so weird. Oh, wait. Is this guy? Where is this? Is this live? Oh, shoot. Here we go. Yeah, I'll just watch this. Yo, is that a One Piece flag? Yo, that's tough. A One Piece flag? You brought a One Piece flag to an Antifa riot against ICE? You were like, I'm going to go riot violently against ICE. What do I need? A flag with One Piece on it. Good grief. Anime people are freaks, dude. Is that a pizza bagel? I was gone for the last hour. No, it's bacon cheesy bread. I'm hungry. Bro, this is lame. I was hoping to be like the feds out here cracking some skulls or something.
Let's take a live look at wine country now.
Take a live look at wine country. Who cares? I got a question. Who cares?
within the realm of what's lawful.
Bro, you're not live from anything. Shut up. I got a question. Who cares? This is so lame. They're just standing there putting a Mexican flag on a fence. Dude, just crack them. The federal government should legally, there should be no private citizens acting, but the federal government should whap. Just give me the old whap. Ga-ga-ga-ga. Get them.
Hey everyone, we saw how
was
much you
born.
enjoyed Psalms and Blues, and thank you for that. Since Psalms has so many chapters, the full project will take some time. So in the meantime, we're launching Ecclesiastes in Blues. We hope you love it just as much. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share the journey. Let's go.
All right, this could be funny.
The words of the preacher, son of a king. In Jerusalem.
Wait, this isn't funny. This is just good. This is just good.
This thing. Vanity of vanities, all is vain. The wind returns.
Hold on. Wait. Are they singing actually? Did they? Is this real?
Who is like the wise man's mind? His face shines bright, his words refine. Keep the king's word for oath's sake. There's
Is
a
this
time
AI?
to bow and time
I know the
to
picture is AI, but is the music is AI too? That means it's public domain. You cannot copyright AI. You can't copyright AI. Fun fact. Oh yeah, I'd say I could hear it there. That one was obvious.
Blessed is the one who sins erased.
You can't hear it? Happy, there's no way you can't hear it on that.
Who is the one who sins erased, whose guilt is gone.
Yeah, that's terribly AI. Well, I hope he's making AdSense because you can't copyright it. You cannot copyright AI. At least not yet. It's not legal yet. Oh, whoa, there it was. just out of nowhere. That's tough. All right, well, that's not as cool as I thought it was. Somebody should do that for real, though. It would be cool if somebody did that really. Like, actually, I did that. Actually did that. The real danger of ChatGPT, bro, has an AI thumbnail. Oh, this video is great. We're going to watch this video.
Friendship as a substantive love, but only as a disguise of eros. But
never mind. I don't know. Nope. You're watching my ADHD be unmedicated in real time. My prescription ran out. I should go get a Zen. It'll chill me out a little bit, mellow me out. Dude. Can we not? It's just like, ugh.
Until Andrew Yang.
Okay, maybe that'll even me out a little bit.
Expectations were understandably high for the debate between Jordan B. Peterson and Slovenian philosopher Slavoj Žižek. For a debate centered around capitalism, Marxism, and human happiness, the understandable assumption was that Peterson would serve as the avatar of the Western liberal order, and Žižek a defender of the Soviet Union, as if it were still...
If you have a friend who... I'm not recording this one, by the way. I'm not recording anything else tonight. I don't think we're going to do 4. I need to prep 4. 3 was bad. We might redo 3. Honestly, I got overconfident. I got halfway through 3 and was like, this is difficult, but I'm picking it up on the first read. I should be able to get through it. The second half bowled me the heck over, you know? What were you asking about, Unleashed? What were you asking about? Unleashed is, dude, I'm trying to figure, okay, are you asking about voting? You can tell somebody who you voted for, but you can't take a picture of it. Is that what you're asking about? You can't take a picture of your ballot. It's not legal to like document. I don't think it's legal to take photos and post them of your ballot. What your thoughts are on marrying Catholics from other Western countries? I don't have a problem with it. I personally am incapable of being in a long distance relationship. That is a thing I have learned about myself. I need the personal connection, and I Steubenville and the community and what that does to regulate what Steubenville and the environment of it does to regulate and help me manage myself is so important to me that I can't do. I don't have a problem with it. I literally do not care if somebody does it. I don't have any thought on it. I just know I can't. I just cannot be in a relationship. So. Okay.
The year 1972.
Just a topic to discuss is all. I agree. It's super hard and not something I expected. Thank you. Yeah, I hope your wife feels better. Okay.
As anyone, a understandable assumption.
If anyone in your... Okay, here's the thing I was going to say. If anyone in your life is neocon-y or like, normie-con brained, you need to send them these old 1791L videos. These videos will do wonders to, one, cure people completely of that, and two, prep them for understanding further. Because catch what he does right at the beginning.
Expectations were understandably high for the debate between Jordan B. Peterson and Slovenian philosopher Slavoj Žižek. For a debate centered around capitalism, Marxism, and human happiness, the understandable assumption was that Peterson would serve as the avatar of the Western liberal order.
Western liberal order. And I used to watch these videos when I was just like a neocon-y, like pretty neocon-y, right? I didn't think anything of it. I just kind of accepted Western liberal order. I understood what it meant. And I never realized how much that was prepping me to understand later more important things.
And Žižek, a defender of the Soviet Union, as if it were still the year 1972. As anyone might be surprised to discover, anyone taken seriously intellectually isn't about to defend the failed Soviet project, which is what Peterson sadly came in with the expectation of combating, evidently unprepared for the actual discussion in the process. Slavoj Žižek is a prolific author who has written dozens of well-esteemed books, so it's
also, this guy's visual style was unmatched and has yet to be matched. He's like if Vox became cool and actually had a sense of style.
Only fair that Peterson wouldn't have become an expert on his philosophy in such a relatively short time. That said, it might have been beneficial to at least become acquainted with the basics. Žižek is more interested clearly in the liberalizing effects of the free market and the rapid march towards technological domination unlike anything we've yet seen. Bizarrely, you'd think you'd see more right-wingers take ownership of this issue in a more thoughtful way than only Tucker Carlson and a few others. Jordan Peterson, for all his strengths, has fallen down the antiquated rabbit hole of human progress statistics and TPUSA-isms about big government. In reality,
yo, did you notice? Look at the captions. He had to do this on purpose.
TPUSA-isms about big government. In reality, as a psychologist and a man who's devoted nearly the entirety of his career to preventing our society from veering into suicidal nihilism, he's misdirecting the focus, instead defending objectively good economic systems like capitalism. Žižek breaks this down here.
If we learned anything from psychoanalysis, it is that we humans are very creative in sabotaging our pursuit of happiness. Happiness is a confused notion. Basically, it relies on the subject's inability or unreadiness to fully confront the consequences of their desire. In our daily lives, we pretend to desire things which we do not really desire, so that ultimately the worst thing that can happen is for us to get what we officially desire.
That's such... Dude. Think what you want about Žižek. Think what you want about his beliefs, but In our daily lives, we pretend to desire things which we do not really desire, so that ultimately the worst thing that can happen is to get what we officially desire. That's awesome. Also, this visual is... Why does he sound like that? Well, he's from Slovenia. Have you never seen Zizek? I think New Polity published an article by Zizek, actually. It's in one of their magazines. I could pick it up. You guys want to read Zizek? He's old now.
I think that Trump at the same time gives us a unique chance. Don't be afraid. I'm not in any way praising Trump. I'm saying the first lesson the left should take is that still, in spite of all the horrors that are going on today, in Trump is, as I like to say, a symptom of what was fake.
Yeah, I don't know why his voice sounds like that. He's really smart. Zizek is really interesting. Slushy list. The airstream passed over the tip of his tongue. See, this is when Reddit's actually kind of helpful. He has a speech impediment. That's the short answer. He has a speech impediment. Anyway.
So I agree that human life of freedom and dignity does not consist just in searching for happiness, no matter how much we spiritualize it, or in the effort to actualize our inner potentials. We have to find some meaningful cause beyond the mere struggle for pleasurable survival. However, I would like to add here a couple of qualifications. First, since we live in a modern...
Can we talk about the editing on this? This is insane. So he's not doing the words... Guys, like, watch... Okay. So the words... When I edit captions, most of the time I do them fully auto. So it highlights while they're saying it. Or if I'm doing like this, where it's coming up, right? Like, he's doing like a really, really advanced version of what we would call a typewriter edit. Where, you know, the individual letters appear. He's obviously doing a really complicated, really advanced version of that. But...
for pleasurable survival.
And
however,
you can see it on the word qualification.
I would like to add here a couple of...
Okay. Watch the speed that qualifications comes in at. So it's not just coming... It's not coming in a linear amount, right? It's coming in almost syllable by syllable.
Qualification.
He's gone through and he's keyframed his animation syllable by syllable. That's insane attention to detail that like nobody is ever going to notice. Like 1% of the population, 0.01% of people are ever going to notice that.
Since we live in a modern era, we cannot simply refer to an unquestionable authority to confer a mission or task on us. Modernity means that, yes, we should carry the burden, but the main burden is freedom itself.
This is absolutely the crucial recognition of our time. It's in the name. It's the free market. And few have an overt dislike of freedom. But there tends to be a cost attendant to every benefit, and something as radically beneficial as the...
Dude, this stylization of news headlines is so smart. This is so good. I'm going to have to start doing this. This is crazy good.
Tends to be a cost attendant to every benefit, and something as radically beneficial as the capitalist order is going to come with its fair share of genuine and serious societal costs. This is made clear when considering the Randian libertarian conception of man.
He's cycling through 3 colors.
But there tends...
Gray, orange, black.
To be a cost attendant to every benefit, and something as radically beneficial as the capitalist order is going to come with its fair share of genuine and serious societal costs. This is made clear when considering the Randian libertarian conception of man, where if granted freedom will always act in his rational self-interest. This is true except for that a man's self-interest isn't always apparent to him. It's obvious to
These
anyone who's
Blender
been lured
animations
by
thrown in
temptation and
randomly is
routinely makes
crazy.
irrational decisions, especially when the incentives are framed in a way that makes the irrational immediate decision easier than the rational one. In a system that is designed to cater to individual demand, it should come as no surprise that individuals frequently demand that which is directly hostile to their self-interest. Government isn't necessarily the answer to that flaw in the human design, but we must figure out a way to mitigate its consequences in such a system. Someone of Peterson's resume should and is capable of discussing what those are, so to position himself as little more than a better-spoken Charlie Kirk is a misuse of his intellect.
This
His
video
failure
is
to engage with
almost
Zizek
a
in a more
decade old.
sophisticated way is likely a reflection of his recent embrace of organizations like TPUSA, which limit and reduce politics to the lowest resolution. The challenge in addressing these issues lies in the primal desire to demand simple solutions to the complex problems of our time. This much is
Reducing politics to the lowest resolution is an excellent description of the problem with people like James Lindsay, by the way. It's such a good, it's so good.
reflected in the thoughtless responses from binary thinkers who assume the only conclusion that can be drawn from criticisms of capitalism is that we must regress into communism.
Bam. Called it.
Zizek acknowledges that his use of the word communism is more of a provocation than any serious alliance with it, and goes only so far to concede that the Marxist framework could be utilized as a tool with which to criticize and reform capitalism, not to replace it.
Why do I still cling to this cursed name when I know and fully admit the 20th century communist project in all its failure, how it failed giving...
This is such a cool visual. This is such a cool way to do B-roll. This goes so hard. It's so unnecessary. It's so sick. That's not bad resolution either. Let's be clear about this. This is not bad resolution. This is chromatic aberration on these purple lines. That's so smart. He's chromatically aberrated the purple lines.
birth to new forms of murderous
intentional
terror.
chromatic aberration.
Capitalism won. But today, and that's my claim, we can debate about it. The question is, does today's global capitalism contain strong enough antagonisms which prevent its indefinite reproduction? The true utopia is that we can survive without such a change. So here I think, I know it's...
That's really interesting. There's a Mumford quote on that in, I want to say the latter half of this. Healthy activity requires restriction, monotony, repetition, as well as change, variety, and expansion. The querulous boredom of a child that possesses too many toys is endlessly repeated in the lives of the rich, who have no pecuniary limit to the expression of their desires, are unable without tremendous force of character to restrict themselves to a single channel log enough to profit by its trenching and deepening and wearing through. While the man of the 20th century has use for instruments like the radio and the phonograph and the telephone, which have no counterpart in other civilizations, the number of such commodities is in itself limited. No one is better off for having furniture that goes to pieces in a few years, or failing that happy means of creating a fresh demand goes, quote, out of style. No one is better dressed for having clothes so shabbily woven that they are worn out at the end of a season. On the contrary, such rapid consumption is a tax on production, and it tends to wipe out gains the machine makes in that department.
Provocative to call this a plea for communism. I do it a little bit to provoke things. So how to act? First, by admitting we are in a deep mess. There is no simple democratic solution here.
It's for this reason that Zizek deviates from know-nothing college Marxists and actual militant communists who characterize him as a fool, merely enacting the old metaphysics of bourgeois.
Yeah, the Jacobin. This is another article quote, right? And he's just stylized the heck out of it to make it really cool looking. Peterson said that Zizek's claim sounded nothing like Marxism and more like Zizekism, but there's nothing original here. This is not the Zizekism or Petersonism, but the old metaphysics of bourgeois pessimism. Neither participant in this debate outlined a specific alternative to capitalism, nor did they believe that a real systematic alternative is desirable. Zizek here is the fool, since when his left-wing commitments remain incompatible with the philosophical premises he shares with Peterson's tragic view of human existence. Peterson, the madman, takes these tragic premises to their logical anti-socialist conclusion.
Pessimism and unwilling to enact a real systematic alternative. He's willing to see the plain truth rather than clinging to a dead and failed framework of communism. That aside, untethered defenses of the free market still don't address the fundamental question.
Dude, these are just stylized headlines. These are so cool.
Surrounding tech explosion merging with the state. The works of Huxley and Orwell resonate to the extent they do today because of their ability to foresee the potential consequences of radical surveillance technology, which even tech entrepreneurs now are clearly concerned with. Even if many tech executives themselves have valid concerns about the long-term consequences, the rat race towards increasingly sophisticated technologies can't be halted.
The same mechanism of ruthless competition that delivers to us these great services is also the reason those technologies which maybe shouldn't exist will still be pursued. This danger is compounded by the simple reality of how slow-moving government tends to be, even in undertaking those few actions which are necessary. An important example was raised by Elon Musk citing seatbelts and how seatbelt laws took years and years after the data bore out how much they would reduce the death toll. It demonstrates the structural incapability of an adversarial government structure such as the United States. That's fundamentally by design, but it's also a byproduct of our leaders' personal ignorance of the current technological landscape. This will only compound as the rate of technological change accelerates.
I try to convince people to slow down AI, to regulate AI. This was futile. I tried for years. Nobody listened.
No one. Are people more inclined to listen today? It seems like an issue that's brought up more often over the last few years
back,
than
the
it
one
was
who's scared of AI,
maybe 5-10 years ago. It seemed like
AI
science
girlfriends.
fiction.
Maybe they will. So far, they haven't. I think people don't like normally the way that regulations work. It's very slow. It's very slow indeed. So usually there'll be some new technology. It will cause damage or death. There will be an outcry. There will be an investigation. Years will pass. There will be some sort of insight committee. There will be rulemaking. Then there will be oversight, eventually regulations. This all takes many years. This is the normal course of things. If you look at, say, automotive regulations, how long did it take for seatbelts to be implemented, to be required? You know, the auto industry fought seatbelts, I think, for more than a decade. Successfully fought any regulations on seatbelts, even though the numbers were extremely obvious. If you had a seatbelt on, you would be far less likely to die or be seriously injured. It was unequivocal. And the industry fought this for years, successfully. Eventually, after many, many people died, regulators insisted on seatbelts. This time frame is not relevant to AI. You can't take 10 years from the point at which it's dangerous. It's too late. It could be terrible, and it could be great. It's not clear.
Right.
But one thing is for sure, we will not control it.
Whether they be technologies with civilization-destroying possibilities, such as AI, or the ones that are hollowing out the service and manufacturing industries responsible for employing the vast majority of the country. The sprint towards progress can't be stopped. It's not clear when and if it should be, but the mere fact of the need for ruthless market competition is unavoidable regardless of what the answer is.
If your company doesn't invent that next product or eliminate that cost, your competitor will. That problem doesn't end with domestic markets. You may have a government somehow successfully halt the invention of a ruinous technology, but by doing so, it disadvantages itself on the world stage. All of these innovations are linked like nodes in a network. For this reason,
Person of Interest is really good about this, guys. If you've never seen Person of Interest, let me put y'all on Person of Interest, okay? I tweeted about it earlier this week, but let me show you something, okay? So there's this website called Series Graph that is a rating of every episode of TV shows. Here is Person of Interest Series Graph. The lowest rated episodes are 7.9. Y'all need to watch this show. This was made in 2015, and it's really prescient. You should watch this TV show, and like, it should scare you a little. I'm saying that because it's probably going to scare you, and it should, honestly. Like, it's like really terrifying stuff about the surveillance state, and it's more real than you think. You know, like, you need to be aware of these things, because if China has it, the U.S. has some version of it, or some private company in the U.S. has some version of it.
Reason, Zizek entertains the question of whether or not our society will soon resemble the market socialism seen in China, which is functionally the next Cold War. This is precisely where libertarian assessments of the free market today fall short. The same economic freedom that spurs rapid prosperity and innovation strengthens the grip of tyrannies. If weaponized freedom can produce the tools of subjugation, is it really freedom? Where totalitarian governments throughout history struggled and failed to maintain control, the new technologies granted.
What did he just say? Hold on, let's go back. Let's hear it again. Let's hear it again, and then let's look up a quote, okay?
Freedom can produce the tools of subjugation, strengthens the grip of tyrannies. If weaponized freedom can produce the tools of subjugation, is it really freedom?
If weaponized freedom can produce the tools of subjugation, is it really freedom? Gonna do it. I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. You're not gonna stop me. I'm literally gonna go to Centesimus 42. 42. Returning now to the initial question, can it perhaps be said that after the failure of communism, capitalism is the victorious social system, and that capitalism should be the goal of the countries now making efforts to rebuild their economy and society? Is this the model which ought to be proposed to the countries of the Third World which are searching for the path to true economic and civil progress? The answer is obviously complex. If by capitalism is meant an economic system which recognizes the fundamental and positive role of business, the market, private property, and the resulting responsibility for the means of production, as well as free human creativity in the economic sector, then the answer is certainly affirmative, even though it would perhaps be more accurate to speak of a business economy, market economy, or simply free economy. But if by capitalism is meant a system in which freedom in the economic sector is not circumscribed within a strong judicial framework, which places it at the service of human freedom in its totality, and which sees it as a particular aspect of that freedom, the core of which is ethical and religious, then the reply is certainly negative. The Marxist solution has failed, but the realities of marginalization and exploitation remain in the world, especially in the Third World, as does the reality of human alienation in the more advanced countries. Against these phenomena, the Church strongly raises her voice. Vast multitudes are still living in conditions of great material poverty. The collapse of the communist system in so many countries certainly removes an obstacle to facing these problems in an appropriate and realistic way. But it is not enough to bring about their solution. Indeed, there is a risk that radical capitalist ideology could spread, which refuses to even consider these problems, in the a priori belief that any attempt to solve them is doomed to failure, which blindly entrusts their solution to the free development of market forces. Boom. John Ball was great, dude. That's weaponized freedom. There you go.
Where totalitarian governments throughout history struggled and failed to maintain control, the new technologies granted to us by markets grant them the means they otherwise wouldn't have to maintain an unshakable grip on power. While Zizek may not always draw the right conclusions, figures like he, Andrew Yang, and Tucker Carlson are looking at the indisputably unique challenges of our time soberly, without the wish-making of neoliberal optimists who enter a brave new world with eyes closed. We live in a time revolutionary unlike any other, when we consider that our country has finally been overtaken by hollow secularism, the hubris of the few urbanites playing with technological systems they can't fully understand. state representatives of an old guard that are incapable of understanding these threats, and a class of pundits stuck rehashing outdated issues, Zizek's more pessimistic diagnosis of the landscape won't be ignored.
What will happen? In spite of protests here and there, we will probably continue to slide towards some kind of apocalypse, awaiting large catastrophes to awaken us. So I don't accept any cheap optimism. When somebody tries to convince me that, in spite of all the problems, there is a light at the end of the tunnel, my instant reply is yes, and it's probably another train coming towards us.
Dude, it's so good. 1791L is so good, dude.
Until Andrew Yang, few...
So good. He's amazing. He was the GOAT, man. I miss him.
There's a category in America where I live of people who are known as First Amendment absolutists. I consider myself one of them. The First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution says that Congress may make no law of any sort respecting the abridgment of freedom of the press or of expression or of free assembly. And those of us who say that that amendment means exactly what it says and nothing else, that it's written, so to speak, no wiggle room, are known as the First Amendment absolutists. It only answers half the question that faces us, of course, because it usually isn't Congress or the state that tries to abridge free expression or free speech. Many a journalist hopes to be martyred one day by an attempt to censor him by the authorities. They live for this moment. There are even singers like the Dixie Chicks who think they can claim martyrdom of this kind. Actually, in the present situation, the main threat to free expression comes from public opinion. So for a Democrat, someone who believes in popular sovereignty, it's a very great problem that public pressure, the pressure of the masses, if you like, is the one that you most likely have to face. And it's also much the hardest to resist, because you'll be accused of being an elitist. You can even be accused of being a racist if you simply say, no, I'm sorry, I reserve the right to criticize anything I like, and in particular, if you reserve the right, insist upon the right to criticize faith or religion. At that point, you may find yourself in some difficulty, and your editor will not tell you, I've been under pressure from the FBI to shut you up. He'll tell you, I've been under pressure from the community. Part of growing up is to say the community can go to hell.
Yes. Yes. It's so good, dude. It's so good. Very great stuff. It's great stuff. It's good stuff. If weaponized freedom. Weaponized freedom, dude. That's what he's talking about. The Total State. Orrin McIntyre, The Total State. That's another good book. Do you guys want to do all of Technics in order, or do you want to do the best essays from Technics and then move on more quickly to other stuff? Because I'm thinking it could be fun to like do more, like move on to... I think it could be fun, rather than doing all like 400 some essays that are in Technics, to like do some stuff from Church Against the State, do Total State, do Ship of Fools, then get into some fiction, So yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna get off for the night because it's 11. I'm a little sleepy. I want to go to bed. So, thank you all for being here. Thank you everybody for watching. I really appreciate it. I know I say it every week, but if you're helped by this, please show it to somebody else. That would be super helpful for me. I see there's a dozen people watching right now, so thank you all for sticking through to the end. And there was 191 people who watched tonight uniquely, so Thank you all. Have a great night, okay?